Well, hello, everybody. How are you doing today? You having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Perhaps some manner of good fun time. If not, hopefully you will be soon. Although I admit, not the most uplifting song to begin with, but it's been stuck in my head. We did Music Box of Fate by Iron Mouse. And then before that, Bird Brain. Because I was like, well, I feel like this works better when you could see the music video and everything. So I picked another one that had like a famous music video. How does it work? Hello, Deutscher. Any opera fans in this chat? Is this opera singing or regular? I've seen a couple, like, actual opera people respond to that, and they're like, it's pretty darn good. And yeah, that's if you haven't seen Music Box of Fate. Which, it's one of those things, it's like, on the one hand, Iron Mouse was, like, the biggest streamer on Twitch. She's still probably in, like, the top 10. Like, she and Gura were probably, like, the most famous VTubers of all time so far. But that song came out 8 months ago, and I didn't hear about it until, like, a couple days ago. But I've always been kind of impressed by, from what I've heard at least, of Iron Mouse singing. So I was like, oh, she's got an opera song. I wonder if it's, like, actually opera, or if it's, like a pop song with just high-pitched singing. And no, it's, I found myself, like, they've got a full orchestra and everything behind it. It doesn't have, like, standard song progression. I'm not sure if it's actual, like, I don't know how you define an opera, because I don't know hardly anything about opera. But I find myself really enjoying that song. And so I'm thinking, like, maybe I should try to listen to some more opera. Maybe I'm, like, old enough now that I can appreciate it. She's a trained opera singer. Yeah, I know. I mean, she does that last note. It's like, dang, that shit's impressive. Cultured. Yeah, I mean, I remember for the longest time I didn't, you know, as much of a meme as it, I didn't really like jazz all that much. And to be fair, I'm still not super big into jazz, but I have found that, like, as I get older, I have more of an appreciation for it. How old do you have to be to listen to opera? I mean, it really depends. The thing is, like, as a kid, you're kind of like a sponge. You'll, like, absorb whatever. So it's like, if your parents put opera on as a kid, you'll probably love opera, even if you're, like, 10 or whatever. But for someone who grew up listening to rock and roll, it's hard to, it was hard to get into opera. I still think I could, like, I think I could name at least a couple opera songs just because, whatchamacallit, cartoons for the most part. Like, I'm pretty sure Looney Tunes has done some stuff with Carmen. I know there was a Courage the Cowardly Dog episode that features Carmen. Like, has anyone combined opera with rock and roll? I'm sure someone has tried. There's that, and I'm pretty sure Ave Maria is, like, is opera, right? Like, Ave Maria. I didn't get that tone right at all. I took you more of the techno polka kind of guy. I mean, I do find myself, as I get older, liking more and more stuff. And that's kind of what I try to do at least a little bit with the weather before the streams. You know, I was kind of debating before, I was like, should I play the opera song? It's not exactly like get hyped for stream. But if there's people who hadn't seen it, and now they've been exposed to it, and maybe they'll like it or whatever. So if I can show something new, does Nightwish count? I don't know what... Is Nightwish... One second. I have a... Let me see if I can find this real quick. It's in a weird part of the computer. Killer Mudkip, thank you for the Prime hype. Also, Squilly Millie, thank you for the 3 months. No, I'm thinking of Geist. Yeah, I don't know who Nightwish is. Were you a theater kid? No. What was it? The thing is, I feel like if I had better theater teachers, or if there were more theater kids in my school or in my area, I would have been a theater kid. But unfortunately, it's funny, you know, now that I think about it, there was like 3 or 4 really formative like experiences where I tried to get into theater and I thought it would be really cool, and then something pushed me out. Where it was like what was it? I have distinct memories of like I was in drama in middle school. I was like, this will be fun. And then I didn't know anyone in the class, and like the first thing was like, oh, we're gonna pair everyone up. And I got paired up with these 2 girls who were really into like rap music, and they basically kind of like, I remember I was a really shy kid in school, and so it was really hard for me to like kind of stick up for myself. So they were coming up with these ideas, and they were basically like, oh, okay, well, this new Nelly song came out, and we have to do something with music, so what if we have him, since he's a guy, he'll do the rap, and we can just be in the background, like, cheering. And I'm like, I don't really know Nelly well enough to lip sync along to a whole ass song, and also that would feel really awkward. But they're like, no, you're gonna do this is gonna be great, and they spent the whole class being like, okay, we're gonna do this, and like setting up and like giving me like a CD that had the song on it, and they're like, you're gonna spend tomorrow, like you're gonna spend tonight, like this is your homework, learn this song, and then you're going to lip sync it tomorrow. And I remember after that class I had lunch, and instead of going to lunch, I went to the principal and was like, I've changed my mind. Can I go to home ec instead? Can I get out of this class and go to another class? So I was so scared of having like being forced to do that kind of performance that I just switched over and I'd learned to cook instead. Yeah. And then what was it? They had like in middle school they had drama as a class, but they also would put on every year one like after school play that you just kind of signed up and did auditions for. And I joined because I wanted to be part of the crew. And specifically, I was like, I really want to learn about the backstage stuff. I want to learn about the lights or the sound. When they gave you a sheet, they gave you like, okay, you sign up, like, you basically rank the things in order that you want to do. And I was like, lights first, sound second, I forget what the third one was, and my fourth was props. Because I was just like, that's still like behind the scenes thing. And I got props. And I remember the first meeting, like I went along and they like the people who were there clearly had done this before. But also even their thing was like, yeah, so we'll just read the script and then figure out what kind of props we'll need, and then one of us will go to a store and buy it. And I was like, this is the lamest thing I've ever heard. And I just basically, like, I remember specifically one of the older kids was like, hey, do you have anything you want to input? I'm like, I'm going to be honest, after this meeting, I'm going to not come back again, so just don't bother talking to me. So I left after that one and I never returned, and I decided like, oh, well, you know, it wasn't worth trying to do those kinds of things. Wait, what's today's stream? We're gonna be doing the Triangle event. And then I tried again in high school to join the drama class, and I had a better time. I stuck with it the whole class, and I actually had a few people in the class tell me that I was like a surprisingly good actor. They gave me a lot of good feedback, but one, the drama teacher I had, she was very like cliquey. You know, there were kids that were like drama kids that like helped after class and were involved in all the plays, and like they clearly got very preferential treatment. She was like really there for those kids that were like hyper enthused about drama, and she had zero interest in cultivating someone who was like maybe might be interested in joining but wasn't super charismatic. And then also, she was very specific about like, in order to do a role properly, you have to do like the paperwork. I forget what the name of the thing is, but I remember specifically she's like, you know, every time before you play a character, she had like a 12-page sheet. And she's like, you need to fill out this stuff that talks about like, you know, based on what you can infer from reading the text, what's their favorite color? What would be their favorite room in the house? Make up like a memory for them. And I was like, I don't think any of that's necessary. I think you can go just by the text of what you do. And because I was a very principled teenager who was also very stupid and didn't understand that school was just like a place you did work, I was like, I'm going to prove that you don't need to do this to still be a good actor. So I didn't fill any of that out. And I got, every one of my things was like, well, you got an A on your performance. You did really excellently. I can't find any like major flaws or whatever. But you got an F on the paperwork. So I'm going to give you like a D+. Which, to be fair, was not exclusive to drama. There was a lot of, Legos will know if they've been around. I didn't pass high school. I ended up failing out of it and then just like not doing the summer school and then eventually just getting my GED years later. And a lot of that was because in my school, homework was weighted 50% of the grade. And I hated school and I hated doing homework, especially because homework felt like busy work. It was like we'd sit in math class and we'd do these problems, and I'd figure out the problems and I'd be like, okay, I know how to do this now, and I'd want the test, and they'd be like, whoa, before you do the test, spend an hour at home doing the problems again that you've already done. And I'd be like, fuck that. Or we'd have like a science thing, right? And we'd sit down and we'd read the book, and then the teacher would give like an explanation and answer some questions and show like maybe like a visual of like the science in work. And then I'd be like, okay, I'm ready for a test. And they're like, no, you have to study, and you have to prove that you studied by like filling out this worksheet that would take an hour. And I'm like, I'm not gonna spend an hour filling out that worksheet. So my entire high school was like, every test I would get like an A on, and I would do no homework. And because homework was 50% of the grade, I would get like D's and F's. I had straight D's and F's in everything, despite getting A's in every test. Does anyone like homework? I don't know. I feel like what was it? There were times when I did the homework when I didn't feel like I was confident enough in the material. If I felt like I wouldn't pass the test, I did the homework. But I just rarely felt that way. I missed out on the advanced diploma by 1 foreign language credit because my brain doesn't like foreign languages. Yeah. That was the one class, the reason why I failed, it ultimately, well, there were a couple different classes that gave me some trouble, but one of them was Latin. I took Latin 3 of the 4 years, and I failed it 2 of the years, and I kept going back because I was like, I am determined to learn this. And both my parents and my teachers and everyone was like, Joe, just take Spanish or something. You can learn it so much easier. And I'm like, no, this thing has bested me. I want to learn it. And Latin was one of the things that, like, I was just genuinely dog shit at. I can't wrap my head around foreign languages very well. And, like, I studied on Latin, but I still can't remember hardly anything from it. I was the guy in university who tried to always do my homework at school as I hated doing it at home. Yeah. Again, it's to me, the big thing for me, right, is again, I've always been idealist, but if you think I'm idealist now, I was way more in high school. I was much more like, yeah, I know what's right and what's wrong. I know what school, from everything that I'd ever been told about it, was there to teach me things, to get me to learn skills. And so I went in with this philosophy of, if I learn the skills, I'm succeeding. The actual grades don't matter. What matters is, did I learn the material and can I apply it? And when I found out that school wasn't about that, that 50% of it was busy work, that they were like daycare centers so that parents could go to work and not have to, like, you know, lower the effectiveness of capitalism. It's funny because I at the time I wouldn't have described it as like a capitalist thing. I didn't know anything about like socialism or any kind of economic system. I just realized that it was like, we're here as like a state-sponsored babysitter. Because we're wasting so much time, so much of this is just busy work, so much of it is just like, oh yeah, a lot of these kids, they aren't very good, but they need to get into a good college. So we'll make half of the grade busy work that anyone can do, and that way it doesn't matter if you're actually intelligent or you're actually learning. As long as you're willing to go home and look at your book and then copy the answers onto a sheet, you'll be fine. When I have kids, I'm gonna call homework busy work then. I'm shocked you cared enough about learning. Kids are dumb. Yeah, you know, if I seem jaded sometimes, I think that, you know, that you asked me, or not, I don't think anyone asked me, but a lot of people were like, why do you hate school so much? And I was like, because it was I felt like I could be doing things. I was one of those people who was hungry to learn. I was one of those people who really wanted to go out and apply things. And I constantly felt like I had to sit there and listen to the same lessons get repeated over and over again. I had to sit there and listen to kids be like, why do we have to learn algebra? This isn't useful. Or I had to sit there and listen to people talk about, oh, I'm gonna go to Sheila's party. This is so fun. And I was like, just let me go. I feel so bad for teachers right now. Yeah. Because I'm American, enough said, yeah. It's fun. I remember we had German exchange students come during my sophomore year, and they explained the way their system works is like there's a public school, but sometime around middle school, they start like dividing kids up by aptitude, where they're like, yeah, we have like a series of tests and we have a series of interviews. And if you're, I think they called it gymnasium, which always confused me because I was like, isn't that where you do athletics? But they're like, if you do really good, you go to gymnasium, which is like the academic high school. And if you don't do very good, then you go to what's essentially like a trade school, where it's like, okay, clearly you're not super interested in doing like a bunch of science and stuff. So we'll put you in more practical skills where you can like, instead of trying to teach you advanced like trigonometry or physics or whatever, we're going to get you into woodworking. We're going to get you into tasks that are more like manual labor focused or more trade focused. Gymnasium, Hauptschule, and Realschule. Says someone in the thing. The trades, yeah. There's like, you can do basically blue collar work and white collar work. And I remember a bunch of my classmates were like, that sounds horrible. I would hate to get sorted into like the blue collar thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's because you don't pay attention. That's because you don't want to be in that. And the unfortunate thing too, right? Schule is school. Yeah, I figured. Can I do green collar work? Yes. I need to get myself tested for ADHD. Yeah, like it sucks to be sorted as like the less intelligent, but I'm realizing now from the way they talked about it, it's like if you had the drive to learn and you wanted to be in the higher ones, you could be. There is not going to be anyone who's like, oh, I'm really into math and I'm not all that good with my hands, and they're like, no, you must be in trade school. Or if there are, I feel like they would be fewer and farther between. American colleges allowing open terrorist support on campuses is the real issue. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about, and also completely like right-wing propaganda. Batman's golden belt. But and now I completely forgot what I was going with this. But yeah, my point is I don't like school. Anyway, I brought this up. I might as well show this real quick if I can get it. Yeah, because someone mentioned... Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Do you have vocational schools? I think we do. Or I'm sure we do. I just don't know. They're not very popular. Huh, how come this isn't working? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's a little meme. Someone was asking about Nightwish, and I was like, wait, is that this band? Like, no, this is Geist. Friend tells me to listen to this because he says this is metal for people who don't like metal. Look at it, it's literally just goofy Scooby-Doo chase music. I was like, how could metal be goofy Scooby-Doo chase music? It's more rock. I mean, to be fair, any kind of genre is, whatchamacallit. Any genre is very nebulous. You know, the genres were not created by God, they were created by man, and they'll be whatever we want them to be. I would probably call it, like, symphonic rock, because it's got, like, a whole bunch of, like, keyboards, and it's got, a dramatic flair to it. I saw them live in January. They're a lot more metal live, but that's because the sound balancing was awful. Is there heavy jazz? Yeah, probably. I once saw a big chart that was like every genre and subgenre of metal music. And it went like way off where they're like, you know, at the very bottom there's like a subgenre of metal that's like hard rock. Where they're like, once you get more pop and like rock influences in there, eventually metal just kind of like, yeah, you've still got the heavy guitars, but you're just hard rock. And I remember they had a little thing that went off where they were like, jazz comes in and metal, and it was like funk rock. And they only had one example, and it was the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And I was like, you know what? I don't think I've ever heard the Red Hot Chili Peppers called funk rock, but that does make a lot of sense. Funk rock? No. F-U-N-K. Funk. And we'll understand. And we'll understand. Okay. Anyway, y'all ready to do the event? I made a fusion deck. It's got ninjas in it. Ninjas Part 2. Time to triangle. Yeah, well, I'll never remember. I think it was Adam Neely. He's like a YouTuber who does like video essays about music. And he was talking about, I think, the way we look at genres and trying to define them as in terms of like what kind of instruments they have or what kind of mood they have is wrong. I think we should define genres by what the people who make it think is important in music. Like, what would be the word? I was gonna say goals, but it's not really goals necessarily. This hand sucks. This is like the worst hand possible. Actually, I can still do something here. The One Piece is real. Doesn't ninjas have a way to cheat out Ultimate Great Moth? It does. Okay. So we're gonna get Gravity Ninja Geo. And then we're going to do this. Tribute Geo. We want to get... when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can target one face down, change it face up. Okay. So one of these... we need a face down monster. 4, 5, 6, yeah. Suddenly, things. Lots of them. Oh, I could have... mistakes were made. For some reason, I thought this was when it had activated, do a thing. Why not summon the Explosive Ninja to revive Geo? We will when it's flipped up. Oh, it's NA monster. Okay, yeah. I need to wait. Summons it face down, unfortunately. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, they didn't destroy. Yeah, I think we do this now. We're going to make... Yeah. You assume they know ninjas. Yeah, I assume too much. Okay, the question is, can the One Piece extend? Fuck, they can make Barone. Yeah, we will be playing an uphill battle a lot of the times. Well, to be fair, we've got like a one of and like an awful thing. Please attack Geo, it would be very funny. They're locked. Oh yeah, they are locked. Sorry. Can't be destroyed by battle this turn. Only if I special summon. Okay. Oh, that's a good one. Flip. Your days are numbered, Yugi boy. Yo, what up? $53%. Howdy, howdy. Ah, Droll is unfortunate. For you. I think I just go for this because it gives me the most damage. Oh, I gotta do it in defense position. We want to get this from the graveyard. And this from the deck. Then we can make one of these. Nope. Battle phase. 2,500. 2,000. 1,500. But you thought defense position would save you? Not today! God, I love this deck. It works on such a strange axis. Yeah, the unfortunate thing, like, if they had Ash, I would have, all my plays would have been dead and they would have won. I'm gonna wait until we get to the end. Easily my favorite deck. I'm not sure if they're my favorite, but I sure do like them. It's like ninjas, generators. This is pretty good. Of course, they get to look at my hand. But that won't help you when you don't know what these do. Yeah, it's like ninjas, generators, and Melodious are like my 3 go-to decks that I keep coming back to. Kristrons. I don't think there's an Ixie deck that I like enough. A Crusadia. Not Paleo, yeah. Are you excited for Enacraft? I don't know how they work. They might... Here's the thing about Enacraft, right? Like, I've seen them explain like 1 or 2 times. And a lot of the explanation just kind of like drips off of my brain. And I'm like, either this is going to be an incredibly fun control strategy that'll be exciting to play and I'll enjoy it, or it's gonna be like, what's it called? It's gonna be like Weather Painter, or it's gonna be like, fuck, there's another deck that's like that. There's like a handful of decks that are like cool, fun control decks in theory, but in practice, all they do is result in these big slog of games that, like, even when you win, it isn't fun because it takes forever. Ghost Tricks. Ghost Tricks and, Ghost Tricks and Weather Painter are fun in theory. They're fun, like, the first time you play them. In the environment where they were released, when they didn't have all their support, they were especially fun because they were kind of janky, but they could still do stuff. And then as time went on, they just became more and more annoying. They became a deck that could very rarely win, but they could get you locked into a 40-minute game trying to win. It's like, I don't blame anyone if those are their favorite decks, because I get it. I absolutely do. I've made so many Ghost Trick episodes. I love Ghost Tricks. But eventually I just reached a point where I was like, yeah, you know, once you've burned people to death and milled people to death a couple times, there's just not much exciting to do it. And I really worry that Enacraft is going to be the same. It's going to be one of these decks where, like, you sit down across from it, and your opponent just has to roll their eyes and be like, I can break this board, but it's gonna be a headache. They have big Mecha Whale. Yeah, a lot of Altergeist. Altergeist at least had more teeth to it. It could kind of like finish off the game a lot faster. But Altergeist got into this thing where, like, if they get 4 cards into rotation, those cards can just do, like, anything you ever wanted. Alright, chat, I'm about to do what's called a pro gamer move. They didn't fall for it. Go Tobari. Special summon. We're gonna grab the Doggo. When Doggo is searched, Doggo grants another Doggo. Or Doggo summons itself. Truly, the first Poplar. And then it grabs something back from the graveyard. We'll get that Tobari back. Didn't Doggo come out after Poplar? Nope. It's like a year before. They checked my hand, yeah. The question is, do they know the fusion materials for the ninja dogs? Remix again. They don't appear to know the difference. If they had gotten rid of the dog, there was nothing I could do. It's Maizen, the Battle Ninja. Now we Book of Eclipse. Of course you negate. Why wouldn't you negate? You don't want to be flipped face down. Did you activate an effect? Ghost Ogre? Don't care. Didn't ask. That might be a problem. B2B. Does this stop me from targeting? No. Yeah, but if you don't know, Geo doesn't just flip things down. It flips things down forever. This is just stuck there. Overtuning, sure. Oh yeah, I have to stop this now. I just gotta hope they don't have the second Ash. They don't! Okay. So, one... Yeah, we're gonna go for... 2... 4, 5, 6... Yeah, we just need to get these two. Damn, I didn't get a tie. No! Priority! Oh, I should have done the other one. Yeah. Why do we need so many points to redeem a karaoke event? Because it interrupts the stream. Yeah. No, I have to get rid of the negate. Yeah, I considered getting rid of this, but I needed to get rid of the thing that could negate every turn. Is it better to only have one cannon ninja? Yeah, it's kind of bricky in multiple copies. Damn, sailing. Yeah, I messed up. I could have had a monster that was indestructible on the field. I forgot that I couldn't fusion two of the bird ninjas They have to be ninjas with different types. Can you show the deck? My deck? It's like standard ninjas. I feel like you need to have two, because bringing it back from the graveyard without Kagero. Bringing what back to the graveyard? I mean, if you want to revive something from the graveyard, Notebook does it. Baku gets it out of your hand. The Iron Digger does it, essentially. Bringing Geo back. Yeah, we have tons of ways to bring Geo back. Plus, the Kagura herself, when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a ninja or a face-down monster, while this is in the graveyard, special summon this and return the targeted card to the hand. So if they had activated, they had synchroed and then, like, targeted my ninja, that's what I was hoping. Like, okay, they'll do a thing and they'll try to clear the board. And then when they target it, Kagero comes back, and then when Kagero's flipped face up, it gets Geo back. Yada yada. Did you see the ban list? Yeah, I made a video about it. Someone asked another question, and now it's gone. Can you delete questions on Twitch? Oh, what's going to happen to your political channel? I have a video I really want to upload there, and I keep just not having the strength to, like, write the script for it. I do plan to make more stuff for it eventually. Politics is just really hard right now. We live in dark times. But yeah, I guess for people who didn't see the short, who want to see the ban list. Banned, Rose Whip. Your opponent can only activate one spell trap per turn. This is a tuner, which means that Cool Tune can search it, and because they get 3 normal summons, they can easily just, like, do a combo, end on negate, plus disruption in hand, plus you only get 1 spell trap to interrupt with them. If they were going to hit the deck in a way that stopped it from being as annoying, this was a good way to do it, without hitting any new cards. Perform a PAL 5 Rainbows Magician, which I just now noticed is doing the Kamehameha. He's doing a Rainbow Kamehameha. For whatever reason, I never saw that on the art before. But that's finally banned, and that's what I said in my short, was like, this is a card, like Skill Drain, that should have been banned a long time ago. I don't know why Master Duel wants to pussyfoot around with, like, oh, we gotta have a limited, I would hate to ban a card. It's like, that just makes it even less fun when it does show up. But yeah, this thing, if you don't know, what was it? Each player applies these effects based on the number of set cards. 0, all their monsters can't attack or activate their effects. 4 more, the monsters of all cards they control become double. So this is basically like Mystic Mine at home. It has the same effect as Mystic Mine if your opponent doesn't have any spell traps they can set. They have to be able to set 1. This was being used in Sulfachord Yummy, because I believe they could search a pendulum monster, and also they could use Yummy stuff to, like, pop the back row when you set it. Draco Tail 2? Ah. And they, of course, always set back row, so it doesn't matter. They limited 2 cards. Synchro Overtake. Reveal a Synchro in the extra deck, choose 1 material, add it to your hand, or special summon it from the deck or graveyard, but you're locked into Synchro monsters. This is used in Killer Tune, Cool Tune, whatever you want to call it. KT. It's used in KT to summon monsters from the deck. This is another, like, well, they can at least hit the consistency a little bit, But there's a card that searches this card, which is a UR. So, you know, they could just, like, replace this with those. It makes them more susceptible to droll. But they've already got, like, 11 starters, so... Or what? Well, yeah, they already have 13 starters, so making them go to 11 at worst is still, like, really, really good. Herald of Orange Light. I mean, it's a hand trap. It's apparently being used in a lot of stuff. I mean, this thing is something that needs points in Genesis, because there's a lot of, like, fairy decks you can play there. But in the TCG, I hadn't seen it a lot, but apparently, like, Cool Tune has a fairy, and this is a tuner, so you can use that. Sulfur is made up of fairies. Gem Knights has fairies in it. Duelist Genesis is SR. Oh. Yeah, maybe the new Dark Lord stuff was too good. And then they brought back Fenrir, which a lot of people are dooming and glooming about. I'm like, I think Fenrir's fine. Fenrir's been in the TCG for a long while. This card's a little annoying, but honestly, like, a targeted banish that needs you to activate something first. It's like, I don't know, I feel it's like a good going second card. I think it's fine. And then, Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis is the real thing that a lot of people are worried about. This has been on the ban list since the Stone Ages. Tribute one monster. Special summon a fusion monster with the same level. Notably, this is not a fusion summon, so there's a lot of monsters that don't get their proper effects. You can make Neo Bubbleman. There's two things I've been hearing a lot with this. One is that you can tribute any level 8 monster to make Naturia Exterio. Exterio is a problem that should probably just be banned, if we're being honest. I would rather have Exterio be on the list than Metamorphosis, because no one ever summons Exterio the way it's meant to be. It's always just cheated out in really scummy decks that already have a whole bunch of shit. But even then, I'm not sure if it's running what is essentially like an unsearchable card just to make a Naturia Exterio when you already have the ability to summon level 8s. Maybe there's some decks that like shit out level 8s like Galaxy Eyes. I don't know how easy Galaxy Eyes gets locked into Ixies. I'm trying to think of like a deck that makes a really easy level 8 on the field that can also afford to just like play a card that has the potential to be brick. Exterio is level 10? I thought Exterio was a level 8. Related cards. Bubble Man. I'm Seti, King Sark. Oh yeah, that might be a problem. Oh yeah, it's a level 10. Okay, so yeah, it'd have to be level 10s. Like, I don't know, Trains are already a big combo deck. I don't think they're going to be running this just so they can make Exterio. Unless they find a way to search Metamorphosis. The one thing I've been seeing is like, Man with the Mark. They summon Anubis and then they tribute it for Metamorphosis. And like, I could see that, maybe. But also, like, Man with the Mark, they're already having kind of some troubles, you know? They're already a deck that struggles to go second a lot, and they're already a deck that often wins going first. So I'm not sure if it's worth playing this card that's like, hey, if you can make your way to Anubis on turn 1 and use this, then you can win. When it's usually better to just make sure you can get like 2 Apophyses and a Judgment set. Ubel, maybe? Yeah. It's just one of those, most of those decks have like really tough or really hard engines that need like combos in order to get going. Like, as simple as Anubis is, it is still also kind of hard to get 3 traps into the graveyard on turn 1. The only way you can do that usually is either by running like a grass build, which this doesn't help you with, or by like, what was it? If you summon the Apophis fusion monster, you'll have 2 traps in the graveyard, and if you already used an Imperm or something, then you'll have 3. Then you can summon Anubis, but that means your Apophis fusion monster doesn't get to set 2 things. Last Warrior's a big one. So here's when it comes to Exterio, that's one of those ones where I was like, yeah, maybe. If someone can get out Exterio, that is a big enough threat that it could be a meta thing. In the same way that, like, I remember people in meta decks running 1 copy of Cyberstein because if they can get to it, you just summon Exterio and win. Because Exterio plus, like, any kind of thing to protect it is unstoppable. Last Warrior from Another Planet is a joke. That card's bad. That card, that was like the very first What a Deck I made was turboing out Last Warrior from Another Planet. And even if you can do that easily, consistently, first turn with back row to back it up, it does not do what you think it does. Let's take a moment here real quick to read Last Warrior from Another Planet. Last Warrior from Another Planet. If this card is special summoned, destroy all monsters you control. Neither player can summon monsters. I remember Last Warrior's Wild Ride, yeah. So, 1. If you summon this, your board is destroyed. So you can't just like, oh, I'm gonna play a Kashtira deck and then put in Metamorphosis to make Last Warrior because it's a level 7. Like, okay, if you make a Rise Heart first and then use this on like a Kashtira you have remaining, a Rise Heart is destroyed. Real quick, what is, this has some protection, right? If this monster would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can... Okay, so you can save Shangri-Ira. Shangri-Ira can protect itself. It can't protect a Rise Heart. So it's like, oh, but I have this, and then I have Last Warrior. So I can have Last Warrior and just keep summoning stuff. No. Neither player can summon. Period. Yeah, so it's like either you blow up your own board, or you leave this on the board with like one other thing that's indestructible, or you build an entire deck around manufacturing a situation where you can summon a board of indestructible monsters and then put this on top. Or you make your deck so that like you summon this first, and then you play something like Forbidden Chalice, where you can target your own monster and negate its effects, and then you summon a bunch of stuff after the fact. But in that case, you're playing like a bunch of bad cards to set up like a win more combo. And if you don't do that, if you're like, oh, all I gotta do is summon Last Warrior and win, Imperm out this. Forbidden Droplet outs this. Raigeki, Darkhole, the new Gate card, whatever it's all called. Actually, the Gate can't do this because it needs to summon, I believe. Is it can? Luna Light and Last Warrior. Yeah. Yeah, Forbidden Chalice is really, I think, the only spell card that you can activate to negate your own effects. It's kind of weird to play Raigeki. Yeah, Lightning Storm. I think the summon is optional. Okay, yeah, you could do that then. Yeah, so the big ones are like Imperm outs this, Forbidden Droplet outs this. Those are two cards that are often played in the meta that easily get around Last Warrior. And then because your opponent has nothing else, they're kind of doomed. And then here's the thing also, is you're like, well, what if you don't draw those? It's like, okay, did you draw any monster you can set? Because all you have to do is set a Droll or an Ash Blossom, and then you've bought yourself another draw. Because they'll only ever control this one monster. And as long as you can set a monster every turn, it's never going to be able to do something, and it can only attack for 2,300. So you need to not draw a monster for 4 consecutive turns in order for this thing to eventually kill you. This feels like the numbers evil, Rongo bad, cheesy, just good enough to be a little annoying, maybe. You need 3 cards to summon Last Warrior. You can, with Metamorphosis, you can just do it with 2. And in fact, they've given you the combo right there. It's, Special Summon Fenrir, activate Metamorphosis. Fenrir's a level 7, so you make Last Warrior with it. But Joe, it's worse Fossil Dino. Yeah, and it's like, you also, like, I'm thinking of, like, okay, let's say you're playing Killer Toon and you go up against this. You can wait until your opponent's turn, hit them with Valor, then activate Clip from hand. Like, you can play during your opponent's turn. So I don't see this being a problem. This is something that looks scary, but I can't imagine would be good unless they find some way around it. Like, what was it? Unstoppable Exodia has the same, like, kind of thing, right? Specifically with Millennium Ankh, what was it? Special summon, then shuffle 1 face-up monster card you control into the deck, except an Exodia monster. Also, you cannot summon for the rest of this turn. Yeah, so, like, I could maybe see a stun deck that's based around, like, having a bunch of level 7s you can special summon, along with, Metamorphosis, and then if you have extra level 7s, you can, like... No, that still doesn't work, because you're locked out of summoning. I was like, well, you can make Silhouette Rabbit, and then you can use it to set, like, a trap that summons itself as a monster. And then even though the Silhouette will be destroyed, you'll still have something. That's what the Exodia decks were doing for a little while. But, like, the Exodia decks could summon monsters. Blue Eyes have a level 10 contact fusion, yeah. So, I don't think we have to worry about that. Honestly, I think what we have to worry about, right? Alright, let's get one more thing. I didn't intend to make a whole ass, like, video about this. Let's look for... fusion monsters that are level 4. There's not a lot of them. Can't be special summoned except with Nex. Okay. Normal monster, normal monster, normal, normal. Can only be summoned with Nex. Can only be summoned with the Claw of Hermos. Only Fang of Critias. Normal. Okay, this is a problem. Everyone talking about those other things? No. If you can leave any level 4 on the field, you can summon Invoked Caliga. Each player can only attempt to activate 1 monster effect per turn and can only attack once per turn. This is the Metamorphosis target. This is the, like, Ryziel builds a whole board, does a bunch of shit because they're already super consistent, and then with 1 Ryziel left on the field, they make this because it's a level 4. Can we negate with Dragoon if we metamorphose a Blue Eyes? Should be able to. Can you make Winda? You should be able to, although it's not a level 4. Monsters your opponent controls with the same type, Fusion Ixie, Synchro Pendulum, as used for this card's Fusion Summon. Okay, that doesn't do anything. This has to be Fusion Summoned. Runik's not going to be playing that. Entis doesn't do anything, I don't think. Must be Special Summoned. Yeah, that doesn't count. Or maybe Mud Dragon. Mud Dragon just to give yourself targeting protection. Aren't they locked into Ryziel? I think they're only locked into level 4s. You're not summoned for the extra deck for the rest of the turn. Oh, wait, no. They lock you into rank 4s. I thought it was rank or level 4s, but it's just rank 4s. Okay, so Ryziel can't do that. But there's a bunch of other decks that have, like, level 4 monsters, and it wouldn't be that hard. What level's Winda? 5. Okay. Does K9 have anything that would stop you from leaving an extra level 5 on the field and then making Winda? I don't think you'd want to play it with Vanquish Soul because they need monsters in their hand. They don't really want to be playing spells. Must first be Fusion Summoned. Oh, never mind. You can't even make Winda. Kit Kalos can be made. You know what? If you want to play like K9 Tearlament and put Metamorphosis so that you can turn a K9 into Kit Kalos, good for you. I honestly would be interested to see that. Jokel's already an Aqua even. Yeah, just looking through, I'm not sure what we would look at for, like, are there any, what other fusion monsters are just like, oh, they're a nightmare once they hit the field? I'm just scanning every fusion real quick. Must first be, yeah. Yummy can make the relinquished fusions, that ain't gonna help. Makaba. Yeah, if you have a level 8, you can turn it into Makaba, but honestly, Makaba having to discard a card to negate is kind of outdated in the modern game. And if you have a level 8, you make Dragoon. Because it doesn't have to be fusion summoned. Mechaba's a level 9. Yeah, that's a bit harder. Oh, let's just look up negate. I'm gonna make Barbaroid. Mitsu. Yeah, maybe Mitsu. Mitsu can tribute one of their monsters to trigger its effect and then make a Makaba. Enforcer's a level 8. DPE has to be fusion summoned, does it? Monsters lose attack. You can use each of the following effect. Destroy one. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect. Special summon. Oh, it can't revive itself. Because it wasn't properly summoned. I mean, you still get a thing. Yeah, like Dragos Stapeli is a negate, but you'd probably want Dragoon. Must be fusion summoned for that one. a level 10, but if you're gonna do that, you would just make Exterio. That's a level 9, that's a level 9. Desiree. Yeah, I think it's like the big thing, people are like, oh, now you can make Dragoon and anything that can make a level 8. As if we already aren't making Dragoon and anything that has like a spellcaster. Do the Gate Guardians work? Must be special summoned by banishing the above. Yeah, that doesn't work. Must be special. Must be special. Nope. Yeah, so I'm sure it'll see some play, but unless, like, the only time I see it being in a meta deck is either they make a deck that can search it, or can search spells in general, or they make a, we just get a format in which Thrust is really good in general, and people play one of Metamorphosis as a Thrust target. This ain't good. Yeah, you know what? We'll just get out of here. Maybe if I had a better hand. Or they had a worse hand. Yeah, like that's the thing. At the end of the day, Metamorphosis is like, it can be effective in a deck that has the game plan to turbo it out, but one of the results of the modern game being as it is that a lot of these FTK decks don't work. If your game plan is to do one thing and you don't have a backup and you don't have a whole bunch of other stuff, you're never going to be able to succeed above, like, Platinum. FTK decks just aren't really consistent. The only time an FTK is, like, halfway decent is when a deck can do it, and then, if not, pivot to other stuff. You think of, like, Gem Knights when they had the FTK, where it's like, yeah, if they fail the FTK, they can still do things. If they go second, they can just OTK you. Or, I mean, these weren't even that great, but, Volcanics. Volcanics being able to, like, do a bunch of shit and then also just every once in a while FTK you. Yeah, Gimmick Puppet not seeing play in Master Duel. They don't know what the hell I'm doing. Didn't you say at one point in Yu-Gi-Oh! Having a backup plan was a bad idea? So that's a little bit of a misnomer. The thing you shouldn't do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is plan for failure. Like, you shouldn't have cards in your deck that are only good if your, if your deck isn't succeeding. That's the difference between playing a card that, like, I'm trying to think of a good example of, like, a card that's only good if you fail, versus something like in, like, Extension. In DDD, there's a bunch of cards where I'm like, okay, if my combo gets stopped, then this can get me going anyway. But also, if my combo does go through, this helps me build an even bigger end board. If something has the dual purpose, which like a lot of these cards do, of this can be a starter, or if you get stopped, it can do extra stuff. That's very important. But if you have a deck where you're like, you know, oh, I have this card and it doesn't help me do my combo. If I draw it instead of combo, it hinders me, or does it like it's just a dead card in hand. But if they happen to negate my stuff, then I can do things. Then that's not a backup plan. That's planning to fail. The Iris Sword Soul is an excellent example of this. I'm not sure if people are familiar with that. Oh, what was my top decks? They gave me the Iron Digger. Yeah. That's the unfortunate thing, is even with that, I'm sitting here like, well, you know, if I top deck Book of Eclipse, I might be in a good position. I ain't. Go ahead, take a peek. Do you know what these cards do? You're about to find out. Okay, the Iris Sword Soul. Oh, it's my turn. Ash Blossom, of course. Ninja, ninja, ninja. Okay. Yeah. Hello there. I'm equipping this to your monster. You're now a ninja, RS. I mean, you certainly look like a ninja. Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of have to get some of my board breakers in order to make this work. I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't rely on spell traps and should just play, like, kaijus. My hope is they'll return the green ninja because they don't want to get flipped face down. Damn. Yeah, I just lose here. Well, actually. Crash this. Activate. I can't target it. Why can't I? Oh, it's... Loudness War, yeah. The Magnificent Bastard, they read my book. Also, how come this didn't? This was flip summoned. These aren't once per turns. When this is flip or special summoned. Oh, is it just my battle position was changed? Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I was like, oh, this will be really good against them, but RS can just get rid of it. Same thing with these, like anything that's like a special summon is not gonna work. Oh wait, no, we do this. And then, throw that in. Old Reliable. Let's try this, chat. Oh yeah, by the way, chat, if you're a patron and you haven't voted yet, the vote is going on. I'm surprised. Usually there's like a big influx of people voting right when the poll goes live, and then more trickle in over the next days. And so far, the like trickling in hasn't happened. We're still just sitting on the people who voted that day. Great. The one time I want to go against Killer Toon. What's winning? RB in first with 12, Archmage in second with 11, Magnet Warrior in third with 10. 2 people have voted since then, but they haven't changed the calculus. The Super Poly good against Barrier? I'm pretty sure one of them I can use. This is same type and attribute. This is same type, same attribute, different types. So yeah, I can make one of those. Lancia will float? Yeah, but it won't float into something like that can super hurt me. They won't float into something that'll hurt more than Lancia. Like, Trishula sucks, but don't suck that bad. No super poly. Oh, well, I should have set this. I thought it was... Yeah. Oh, I can't activate traps, but it's only a 3. Yeah, this really sucks. I should have set this. And then, like, when they run over it, I can flip this face down, and then all my stuff would be back on. Huh. How come they didn't activate Chenying? Yeah, I can't activate in the step. We were never gonna... All I had to do was set this instead and we would have been able to. Yeah, I'd rather play against Killer Toon than a Floodgate deck that's just gonna be like, haha, isn't this funny? Not really. Haven't won. I won one coin toss at the beginning of the day and haven't won one yet. Oh, is Ultimate Slayer banned here? Oh, I have Foolos? Could have fooled me. Rib. Oh yeah, you can't use Ulti Slayer in the triangle events. Oh, hey. Except by drawing it. Fuck, I drew it. Shit, man. Look at your opponent's hand. Special summon a monster from it. Its effects are negated. They didn't do the thing. Activates a monster effect. Gotcha. Okay, so all I gotta do is like... normal summon. Oh, this activates. Oh, they allowed it. Hello. No, I don't want to shift myself to face down. Bye-bye. Do they have to control an RB for that to work? Yeah, but it's just any monster. Okay. But it is any monster, which is unfortunate. That's not an RB monster. Yeah. Yeah, we do this. Oh. Well, excuse me, princess. I don't know why you would play this with no XYZs. Ninjas, even when ninjas have XYZs, you don't use them. Or are you talking about cyber dragons? And we're just going to do the same old song and dance, shall we? Blade armor ninja too strong. Cyber Dark in the Link effect. Is this the does the loner have stuff like this, or are they playing like their own bad version? Huh? Clockwork Knight, I see. But he came back. Will they summon the 5K towers? They literally cannot. I don't have to worry about the power bond. Ah, now they have an RB. I should have gotten rid of the back row while I could. Oh? Now they have a negate. True. Oh, and then that lets them get it back. Yep. I might be in danger, kids. Brute Blues. Is Geo once per turn? Yes. I cannot be destroyed. That's more damage than you have. I guess they flipped it up. Spell trap. Well, you have a link. You can destroy this, negate the effect, and destroy it. Pay 500, target a monster, destroy both. Motherfucker! You can't target me! Oh? Another one. Oh, okay. Well, there were mistakes made on both sides, but I made less mistakes. He just wanted you to see that I had a second brute. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess they're playing 3 core and 3 realm just so they can get another machine on board. I just have to remember against RB, I cannot let them stick 2 machines. If they have 2 machines, I should use the fusion to make sure they don't get to a second machine. Hey, we finally win one. Now we'll probably draw all 5 of our kaijus.
Yes.
Close enough. Yep, this is a brick. Oh, hello. Where's the super poly when you need it exactly? They really don't want to give me those draws, eh? 1,000. Oh. Okay. Bottom of the deck. 2 kaijus, and they're like, ah, fuck. Ah, shit. That ain't a good one. Hello, Emperor Stove. They being loud over here. You know what's bigger than 100? 200! Who is hard of leg? Me. That would be me. How are the triangles? Not great. We're trying our best out here. Unfortunately, we brickin' like hell. Yeah. We could do really good if we go first and don't get like 2 bricks. Or if we go second and get our go second cards, but so far it feels like we haven't gotten that. Okay, surely this time we won't get stuck with a Geo in our hand and no other starters. Well, that ain't no other starters, but it ain't great either. Ninja, ninja, ninja! That's fine. -1? Sure. You want a max C too? That was all I was gonna do. Ah, I see. Kiri Resi map. White Forest. I guess that is a Synchro archetype. Yeah, that's fine. Now we just hope they don't have Ash. They did not have Ash. And then we get Geo, the Gravity Ninja. Good luck synchro summoning now! What if all your monsters were face down? Literally. Angel Crab, thank you for the 41 months. Okay, they still going. I'm getting this duplication a lot. This is only a one of. Okay. So I think what we're going to do, actually, is change things up a little bit. We get you. And this time we're going to get... These are winged beasts, right? Yeah. I get you. I'm going to get one of you. Do I have room for one more? I do. Yeah. Shuffle, shuffle. That's not what I was expecting. I mean, I would prefer if you did not. Give me back Hanzo. Hanzo's very important. Elle jette omelette du fromage. Okay. Then we do this. We're gonna make Yagamaru using yourself and the green ninja. Chainlink 1, Yagamaru. We're going to banish you to get rid of this face down. Chainlink 2, green ninja. Flip you face down. Everyone goes to sleep. It's nap time in the White Forest. They just keep going. Until they don't. Ninjas, too powerful for White Forest. They do a lot of stuff, 'cause they're the best. Yep, somebody's taking a ride to Sleepy Time Junction, chat. Somebody's taking a ride to Sleepy Time Junction. Somebody's so tired they can hardly function. And so they're taking a ride to Sleepy Time Junction. Somebody's taking a ride to Sleepy Time Junction. All aboard, cries the engineer. Sleepy Time Junction's oh so near. Somebody's taking a ride to Sleepy Time Junction. I'll use my 10,000 points at some point, yeah. Someone asked earlier why the karaokes were so expensive. And part of it's that like it would interrupt the stream, but the other part of it is, I didn't have anything for points for years, And so as a result, the points are, like, people have millions of points. Special summon. Understandable. I will gladly give them one if it means I get to keep, a dude. Unless what, you got a second one you want to discard? Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Hello there, ladies and gents. Are you ready to rock? Are you ready to rock? Knight's Shield Bearer. Give me the pupper. Make sure the puppers don't suffer. Moonlit Chill, sure. Give them a draw. Yeah. Okay, this is like 4 or 5 points of interaction. Just gotta hope they don't have board wipes or kaijus or something. We could have attacked, right? Wasn't it the first turn? Oh, we could have attacked. I forgot. They didn't do anything, so I forgot. Many such cases. I thought I went first. All right. Ah, I see. Are you excited for Metamorphosis to be unbanned? I think it'll be interesting. There's nothing particular I don't think I'll be playing it. Is there anything I could summon that would do anything? No, not at this moment. Okay, fair enough. They just got oops all hand traps. Does the Kuruma counter this? It might have. Yeah, it could have, but I would have had to give up my Maizen. Gotcha. I show up just to see the hats. Joe has ties as well. I do. I'm not wearing them now. Yeah, I'll wait for them to search first. Because if I do this now, they'll get Rico. But if I wait for it to resolve and then do it... what was that again? Because they do get another normal summon. Add one from your deck to your hand, except a level 2. Target one warrior. Yeah, I think we do this here. Yep, they had all 3 Ghost Mourners. Yep, they get to add one. Unfortunately, yeah, I really should have. I should have gone for the JJ at all costs, even if it took the Daruma and this. Because that would have stopped them, whereas once they get rolling, it's hard to stop them. $256, yeah. Every fucking hand trap. I think I might actually be in a good position here. Moonlit chill again. Oh, I guess they need a 5. They didn't want to synchro summon. Oh, no, I guess that was smart. Because now they can discard this immediately. But I don't think Clip does anything for them, right? They can't add Clip. Yeah. Yep, this is when it's flipped up. Get rid of the JJ. Normal summon. Take the 200. Destroy everything. Maizen is here! Oh, that's what I should have done. Fuck. Oh yeah, I guess if you got Last Warrior and Dragoon. I hate this fucking deck. Believe it. Yep, I can't believe they opened with 3 Ghost Mourner, a Charmy, a Veiler, and 2 Ashes and a Bell, and still won. Zaylen. We were zailing along. Time limit win. Took too long. Think faster. Time's up. Chad, do you say tomato or do you say tomato? Future silence for Dark Magician Girl. Discard to summon her. Search Shining Shark. Activate Sark. Search DM. Special DM. Special summon Dark Magician Girl for DMod. Gaze into Dragoon. Metamorphosis the DM for Last Warrior. 2 cards left in hand. And all you have to do is open with the unsearchable Metamorphosis in hand. Critter, you want to give a special thanks to Ray Wills 01. Thank you, Critter. I say tomate because I'm Portuguese. I see. Yeah. You play Rod to grab Circle, and when it baits out the hand trap, you thrust for Metamorphosis. Okay. You remember that the card you grab with Thrust can't be activated that turn unless your opponent controls a monster, right? So you doing this combo going second? Can I super poly this? I can't. Hello. It's ninja time. Yeah. Huh? They're both winged beasts. That's funny. I actually can't do it though. Or I could, but I kind of want to keep everything else. Ninja? Search? Give me notebook? Droll? Go ahead, droll me, I'll chain it. I don't give a fuck. Oh no, they can equip with Fateful Adventure. Yeah, they drolling. Yep, that's cool. Don't care, didn't ask. We got a card in the graveyard. Yeah, we'll pick her. Set another card. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that helps me get rid of the token. Oh wait, I really needed to get the other thing. Well, many such cases. Yeah, and I might as well get rid of this and get some extra damage in. Yagamoru! Yagamoru! Oh, you got Nibiru? They do got Nibiru. Yeah, I think we just go for Geo. Face down. You can't tribute me, I'm face down. You can't tribute me while I'm asleep. Big rock. Foolish burial, okay. What was that? Smiger! The tiger! Who is watching the duel? I mean, I am. Yep, we doing this here. Go ahead, use Tristros, it'll be funny. Just eating ice cream because I can't sleep. Well, eating ice cream isn't going to help you sleep. That'll keep you awake even harder. Gotta go for something salty. Well, ideally you wouldn't eat at all if you're trying to sleep. But if you are gonna eat, you need to have like pretzels or peanuts or something. Eat salt? You could just eat salt. What if ice cream is filled with that chemical that makes you sleepy? But it also has sugar, which is the opposite. Oh, I guess you could have a sugar crash if you have too much sugar. I have a feeling, chat, another time win is on the horizon. Time win? No, connection failed. Weird, they weren't in a terrible position. My token was going to be gone, and they could have flipped up their Nibiru and attacked into my Geo. We take those. We do. Yeah, we're the ninjas of the hidden internet router village. It's not as popular as a lot of the other ones, but it does exist. Go, Tobari! Special summon Baku! And then we'll get that back, chat. We'll get that Tobari back that we said. Baylor here? Sure. Will Joe complete the event? Probably not. I can try, I can hope. And I'm here too. Pool tune? Yeah, almost certainly. Huh? Yeah, that's fine. The legendary Neg 9. Lose 9 cards to draw 2. $14-card extra deck. Man after my own heart. Yeah, I mean, I might as well if I'm gonna be negated anyway. We'll just get a green ninja here. Or do we get this? No, we get the green ninja. That gives us more abilities. Yeah, this is like the perfect time to use this, right? Because they're summoning one from the deck. So So they're going to have 2 at resolution. Go to sleep, everyone. Now, do they have JJ or Rotary? No, they have that. Yeah, I have to stop this if possible. Let's see. Yeah, you get banished. Yep, and they had the Rotary. Yeah, I mean, I probably won't make much of a difference, but I should have probably set this. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. As much as I flip down, it's like, if they can get one monster on the field, then they can just do a full combo. All it requires them is to get one monster. And because they have 3 normal summons, plus a spell that summons out of the deck, plus the field spell lets them tribute the face downs to get something, they're just always going to be able to get at least one. Wrong stream, kid. Does feel like if you're on road, you lose. Yeah, I just need... Unironically, I feel like the best thing about... or the best thing to verse the cool tunes might be, like, Thunder Dragon. Because Colossus just stops them from searching. Does Ninja work under D-Shifter? Kinda. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any other Like, we could try to play, like, a blind second Crusadia build, but I don't think that would work. I mean, we could try it. It's been a while. See how it does. But with all their hand traps, right? Like, all they have to do is, like, Valor or Ash or Moonlit Chill, and then we're kind of, like, screwed. What are we doing here? What does the title of the stream say, kid? I spend time to give the streams titles. Fossil Fusion, Triangle event. Yeah, there we go. It says Triangle, and there's a Triangle event going on, so we're playing the Triangle event. Pot of Greed, thank you for the Prime hype. Surely it says Tin Dangles. Play RDA, this is not propaganda, I swear. $100. Well, I ain't dead, but that's as bad as it gets. Are you opposed to playing the loner decks? No, but the loner decks aren't great. I will show that a god can bleed. And then hope they run out of time before they can kill me. So yeah, I need a link. What is the weakness of Killer Tune? I've been trying to play Mech Lords. Very funny. Rose Loner has the stupid horse lady. You mean bar on the floor? She's not stupid. Was that Ghost Ogre? Yeah. They play all the hand traps. Because every tuner is not just a hand trap in this deck, it's an extender. Huh. If I know they would be this broken, I would have just kept Geo in defense. The ramifications of my actions. D-Fissure, Macro, D-Shifter. I mean, I guess I could play Metaphys. That's one of my favorite decks. I don't think it would work, but I could try. You could have done that last time. That's only 64 though, so unless they can get another thing on the field. Do we have a Metaphys deck in the tank? No, but I can easily make one. Not the tools! Yep. Here, I'll help you out, buddy, since you seem to have so much trouble with this. Scareclaw? Oh, try hearts. Oh, that's because I'm in the synchro. Yeah, that won't matter because the graveyard effects will just kill it. Although I'm going second, so... How do I switch teams? Ow. Barely looked like a button at all. Fenrir to 3 is crazy. Yeah, we'll just throw a third copy of that in. SP? Sure. IP? Sure. Underworld goddess? Sure. Yeah, Retaliating Sea doesn't really help me that much. Oh, yep, Goddess is already there. Yeah, we're not even going to try to go first. Third lightning storm. Maybe evenly? No, we don't want evenly. Subversion? That won't do anything. Droplet? Yeah, maybe droplet, actually. Illusion gates. I haven't pulled one, and I'm not going to craft one for this. Okay, let's try this. I don't think it'll work, but maybe. Oh yeah, I'm no longer ninjas. I have failed the Leaf Village. Come at me, bro, I'm ripped. Makes sense, makes sense. It's what I needed. Okay. Normal summon Astra. Let's go Lightheart. Give me my field spell. Activate the field spell. The Arrival. Three defense monsters. Get rid of that. You ain't regaining shit. Try hard. I just gotta hope they don't also have Nibiru. If they have Nibiru, I'm Nibiru screwed. All right. 3,900. How much defense that have? 2,000? That ain't enough, buddy. Piercing damage. I attack again. I attack a third time. There you go. Ooh, Scareclaw. They scary. Yeah, I'm curious. Do I have to explain Scareclaw? I feel like they're a very simple deck, but I could be wrong. That went pretty well. Yeah, I mean, we went up against... I don't even know what that was. Centurion. We hit him with the double Perulia, and there wasn't anything they could do. Give me a moment. I'm going to grab another thing of water real quick. Pissing in the wind, you can't stop the piss from flowing. Pissing in the wind, you can't stop that piss at all. Pissing in the wind, you can't stop the piss from flowing. I'm back. And I've got my Hardleg style tumbler with the logo almost ripped off. Scareclaw is just all RB. The difference is, I was talking to Eros, and he's like, there's not really like a one card combo with RB where like, if the shields are down, you could just do a thing and win. They're like, you kind of need more than one card. So it's almost better to just go first than like, yeah, they can do stuff. Perulia. Communism in the Soviet Union. Huh. Killer Toon sleeves, but is not Killer Toon. And also, they're like, fuck it, I can play around all of the stuff. There's no Charmy that hits me if I summon from the back row. Joe, I don't think your stream is in Russian. I don't speak any Russian. The only thing I'm rushing to do is get these gems. What was the sound bit? It's from the history of the world, I guess. And that's not me saying I guessed. That's the name of the video. We watched it last time. Do we have to watch that again, chat? Have you not learned every soundbite from it? Are they really gonna make their whole thing without ever summoning from the hand? If so, I guess I'm impressed. I guess that's the advantage you have over the killer tunes. Yeah, I guess I should have Droll unlocked and just cut my losses. Most people I know that plays or starting to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Again is going back to the era of big monster equal me win game. I don't know what you mean by that. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ugh! Work harder, not smarter, chat. Doggo. You familiar with that song? Oh, whoops, it's the opposite. It's work harder, not smarter. Damn. How did they know, chat? Oh, there we go. Yep, the rest of my deck sucked. The rest of my hand sucked. Funkiest coughing session. Lisa and its sequel are quite the games. I didn't care much for the sequel. The Lisa game, though, would recommend. As long as you like pain. The pain that makes you feel alive. Sounded like an old man getting beat up. It's in Lisa, it's an RPG, and it's post-apocalyptic, and the plot is basically sometime before the game started. Well, that's unfortunate. Probably gonna get hit with all the hand traps. Sometime before the game started, there was an event simply called the Flash. It was a bright flash of light that knocked everyone out. And when everyone woke up, when everyone woke up, all the women were gone. I took out the saw. The saw would have been great to have. I thought I still had the saw here. Yeah, we just try to OTK and hope we can. And so it's just this brutal, post-apocalyptic world where it's just a bunch of guys being doofuses. And then your character happens to find a baby girl, like, crying in a cave. And it's like, fuck. We must find a way to protect. This could mean the survival of the human species. And so along your adventure, you eventually run into a gym that a bunch of guys made. And that's the song that plays in the gym. Yeah. Isn't there a super drug with horrible side effects? Yeah, joy. I've got joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. Yep, you didn't have combo before. I gotta believe you don't have it now. I was wrong. They making tracks. They kept it on top of the deck. They don't know that every Scareclaw name is a starter. Yeah, shame that using the card in hand. Well, now you stacked my deck for no reason. Yeah, I think I'm just dead. No matter what I draw, because I got the negate. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about Cool Tune is that it suffers from the same problem that, like, the original Psy-Frames had. Is, like, I can't make... I feel like I can't make, effective decisions when playing against it, because half of their plays is entirely dependent on what's in their hand. Virtual world, eh? And, like, that's true of every deck to an extent. It's like, yeah, it depends on what they have in their hand. But it just feels like there's a lot more variance, because every single card helps them extend. Even tuners. Kowloon! Yeah, VWs make synchros. The Wolf. Ah woo, werewolves of Wolf Town. They chargin'. It's so over, chat. You only play a few Ixies and none of them are important. I mean, except the most important one, but he's banned. The veriest fun dragon. Tzolk'in. Might as well. Another one. Crystal Wing. Parallel teleport. What you up to, boy? 4,000. Shen Shen. Oh, I get to keep everything. That's a nice field. Be a shame if it was forbidden. Scareclaw. Special summon. Special summon. Planet. Howdy, howdy. Goodbye. Oh, yeah, we special summon this. Oh, we already have the field spell, so there's no point. Bow before your king. Kneel before Zod. Do sit-ups before Zod. All right, 4,200. $4,200. $4,200. Oh, and you better believe I'm getting a fourth attack, baby. Big Chungus, attack everything. I've got a lot of cards. I remember when I first played Master Duel, I had Jinzo and a Spell Canceller deck that would eat up the opponent's hand and deck. And some people were just playing Tier Limit Dragons. We don't care about spells and traps. It's just healthy Bagooska. Good, good. A lost coin toss is a Ross coin toss. Ooh, someone doesn't like Common Rider. More like Common Liar! You're a phony! You're a big fat phony! Sure. I like making them think I got more stuff. Unfortunately, because of this card, they can play around the Perulia. They can be like, well, I've got Chip, and I've got that, and I've got this. Who needs to activate stuff from hand? I'm just making tracks. I'm a track maker. I'm a track maker. Bitch a breaker. Yeah, now they get to look at my hand and be like, fuck. Hi there. Have you been known to make tracks? I've made some tracks. I got that Hardleg music channel that hardly anyone knows about. A bunch of those early ones, a bunch of the early songs are ones I actually made. They didn't summon once from the hand. Dark World? It's like all they do, isn't it? No, they summon out of the graveyard. Well, they gave me one. It weren't a good one. Right on cue. Salem. We were sailing on the sea. There were lots of things to be. Get rid of the forbidden droplet. Rise Heart on the top of the deck. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that every day. Okay, Rykard's pretty good. I will start with Raigeki. Response. Yeah, you have to chain that. No, that won't help me. Get another one. No, I don't need to do this now. I can do this whenever. Risk. Could have chain blocked the negate. Could I have? I feel like if I activate Scare Cache, then they're like, you can either do the first one or the second one. And then the second one would just be my Scare Cache, or the first one is the Raigeki. They get to choose at resolution. But can't get to Raigeki. I thought it was... When a card is activated to another response, you can negate the first effect if you do destroy, negate the second. So, I Raigeki, they do the thing, oh yeah, I could've. Okay. Try this. They, of course, negate. Does this do anything during my... Oh, yeah, they can... Yeah, they can just summon a bunch of shit. But they can't quick synchro, can they? Nah, then they can immediately synchro summon. Oh, I thought it was like Futsu, where it could just do it every time. But it came back. Yeah, we need the bat. Run from it. Hide. Tryhard still arrives. And all the attack in the world won't help you now. Bow before your king! Yeah, I ain't affected by defense position monsters. Get out of here, Cool Tune! You ain't shit! Easy, colon, peasy. It don't get much breezier. Man, we've been here for almost 4 hours. We haven't quite made it to the end yet. I don't think we're going to be making it there tonight, chat. I'll have to play a little over the weekend or something. Okay. I'm starting to get hungry, too, so I'm going to go ahead and get the air fryer started while my opponent combos on. Actually, I should make sure I don't have a Perulia first. Yeah. There we go. I felt like I heard a chain. Oh, it was that. Gotcha. Oh, they ashed it? KT Synchro? What are the chances? Why didn't anyone tell me? Droll. How droll. How very, very droll. We didn't even know that we could do it, but we had it anyway. Cards, you didn't know it. Hardleg had a bunch of cards and he summoned them and did a lot of things. What a guy. I'm here till the end of stream or my buddy Phil goes live. He's playing Kirby tonight. Ah. Best of luck to him, I suppose. I don't think you really need luck playing Kirby though. Okay, they loud. Yeah, easiest choice in the world. Adios! Enjoy Spider! Also, I hope you don't have anything else. Let's try this first, yeah. We gotta be a little light-hearted. Field spell. I like field spell. Field spell get card? Yes. In this case, we want the one that gets us multiple attacks. Yeah, we need Astra. Bow down before your king! Ah, that's unfortunate. We just gotta hope they don't have any combos, chat. Why would Droll be the bird? Because there's a card called Droll Bird. Alright. Fuck. Okay, well I can't do anything, so I might as well get my food started. I'm going to be finishing off the rest of my turkey, chat. Hillshire Farms thin sliced turkey breast. It's pretty yummy. I would rate it yummy out of 10. Target one monster, eh? Yeah, I think I'd not like to be destroyed. Thank you very much. Oh. Yeah, this is just during the opponent's turn. Okay. Yeah, they can switch out, but I still might have them here. Because I can get back into a Rise Heart. Not a Rise Heart, but a Reich Heart. Target one spell trap. I do have another field, so if they blow up the field... Special summon? Negate my effect? Oh, buddy. Pshaw. Anyway. Lightheart again. Lightheart, get me the other field spell. Field spell, get me the other thing. Special summon. You know what, I'd prefer if you just died. Thank you. Appreciate you. Anyway, here's another one. And you know the cool thing about Tryhard? He's not a hard once per turn. Give me scare cash. Battle phase. 29. 29. 29. Chicken broth? Why was chicken broth censored? I don't know. Okay, give me a moment, chat. I'm gonna get food set up. While I get food, we'll go ahead. Not on that one. I'm gonna play an ad. Ads help support the channel. I don't like it, you don't like it, but the realities of the world are that I gotta have to do this if I want to make enough money to survive. You can always avoid the ads by getting Twitch Turbo or subscribing. Both of those help me. Twitch Turbo is probably the better deal if you watch more than one Twitch streamer. Alternatively, just don't watch the ads. Go to the bathroom, go do something else. We'll be back in 3 minutes. For those of you who are still here, you know what time it is. You know it. You love it. Let's go ahead. Yoop. Where's it at? I could have swore I had this right. Do I have to do it like this? No, that ain't it. They're like a theater mode?
Emails are like hot pockets. They're...
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Put a strong bad email chat. I'll be back. Enjoy watching Strong Bad. April 1st. He's checking his email in a microwave.
full of garbage and cheese. Dear Strong Bad, when are you gonna dust off the compay and answer an email? Matt Massapequa. Wait a minute. Have I not always checked my email on kitchen appliances? Dear Strong Bad. Dear Strong Bad. Dear Crushed Ice. Dear Strong Bad. Oh yeah, computers. Let's go see how that old compay is doing. Oh, that is some dust. Well, I best get to blowing. I said a... Whoa! All that dust compressed my old computer into a newer, even better computer. Like coal to a diamond. Ah, compay, we hardly knew ye. Whoop! The lappier. Just like the previous model, only crappier. I mean, more expensive. I mean, lappier. What? April 1st? Oh man, I can't check my email today.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Brace myself.
Homestar, what are you doing here?
Just waiting for you to drop that April Food Day bomb, Strong Bad. Our website always has the best pranks.
Homestar, everybody knows the internet already ruined April Fool's Day. On February 7th, 2008, ironically enough.
But it's the day the internet gets on the internet to make inside jokes about the internet.
Exactly. And I can't wait to be so fooled when my favorite website looks like it's from another time period.
Oh, man. This looks just like one of them flashy cartoon websites from 2002.
No, shut up. I haven't done it yet. Bling.
What happened to my web size? It's gone old-time Jones.
Everybody. Insert 1 pence for tomfoolery. Insert a baby.
Oh, no, I'm not falling for that prank again. Strongman, let's move on to the next thing you're gonna make fun of.
And don't forget all the great fake movie trailers we get to suffer through.
Sometimes a cruel, cruel world needs a man with cool, cool glasses.
Two dangerous.
And two dangerous twos. But that equals...
Dangerous foe. Divided by 2 equals 6.
Or did I? I. Was that 6?
Oh, when's it coming out? When's it coming out? I gotta forward this to all my peeps on Google Buzz.
Now hang on. We don't want to forget about the fake ads for nerd culture products that don't really exist.
Did someone say nerd cultures? Huh?
No!
Vernon 8 back to school with the Trogdor Beefy Arm Backpack. 2 straps, 1 beefy arm. Secret compartments for all your consummate V's. And you'll look rather dashing in this burninated peasant zip-up trench hoodie.
It's only fake unless enough of you say you'll buy one, in which case support my crowdfunding campaign.
I mean, the beefy arm backpack would probably be very uncomfortable and not very effective. But I do kind of want one. 2 straps, 2 straps. What is Strong Bad? It's an old cartoon series from like 15 years ago that started on the internet before YouTube and became very popular despite it. Mostly from this show where a guy answered emails. We've been going through all the best ones.
I want one. Imagine me with 3 arms. I gotta send this to all my Google Wave boards.
Forget all that mess. I'm yanking April Fools off the internet and back into the real world, where it can physically hurt people.
Nobody falls for that stuff no more, Strongman.
Hey, Homestar, I'd like you to meet your long-lost twin brother.
Chauncey, give us the 3-armed hug.
Ha! April Fools!
Are you sure this is gluten-free?
April Fools! Hey, King of Town, I'd like you to eat your long-lost twin brother.
Okay.
Get me down! A D. I'm scared of heights! And a D. How am I supposed to get inside my car?
How am I supposed to get outside my apartment?
Now that's how you April Fool's a body. Pain and suffering. Not inconvenient web browsing. Hey, and look at that. Now I can check my email. All right, boxing gloves. Get ready to work your inexplicable magic. Check my email on computers. Ha! No toast.
April Fools, yeah. It's one of the things people point out is that, I think he got a new email, or he got a new computer in this episode. But because they stopped doing, weekly episodes here, like, even though this new computer was only in 3 episodes, it was like 5 years between these, so it lasted longer than all his other ones combined. What are they doing now? They're in the actual animation industry. The guy who does Homestar's voice has been in, like, a whole bunch of shit.
CGL. Meow, doodle daddle diddle daddle boodle daddle doodle dappado bing dum boom.
Yeah, and you could tell this is from after their website when they were on YouTube, because they do these things. That makes it seem like they're on YouTube.
Old-time Jones, drop Phil's tonic.
Have you seen the techno episode? Yeah. Okay. My turkey
Let's
is
not
almost
make
done.
big deal
Enjoy
out of
another one.
this.
I will return.
It's just a little songbird email. Bring. Dear... Why doesn't Sonor Card Gauge have a video in the characters section? Is he too cool to be on camera? Woefully yours, Christiane Wheatak. Come now, young Wheatak. While Card Gauge is too cool for lots of things, wiping honey mustard off his goatee, knowing dead animals don't make good knee pads. Prude me in, Couch Z. I'm ready to pay.
Now entering the game for Team Knee Pads, number 34, Reggie to pay.
And being out of the way,
Excuse me. Pardon me. Ladle. Got a ladle. Excuse me. I have a ladle. Try to walk by with a ladle. Excuse me.
being in a character video is not something he's too cool for. I should know. I filmed the dang thing. Dang thing. Okay, Sonor. I got my camera all set up and...
No, I bronc my own.
Oh, you want me to use this to record your character video?
It's clearly state of the art.
Yeah, I agree. Don't get me wrong. But, hear me out. It might also just be a crusty key lime pie scented air freshener. Which, I mean, is very visionary of you. And nobody shoots on air freshener no more.
Nice play, Polenta.
Okay. Boop.
Protuberances abound, Regolith.
He went on like that for 2 or 3 hours, till he informed me that we had run out of film. So I'm thinking Cargage just isn't gonna have a character video, right? Then, the next day, this mysterious package shows up. It was some kind of videotape cassette, a short-lived format called Betaflop D, apparently made for use only inside Tom Brokaw's house. Unfortunately, we never found a beige enough device on which to play the dang thing. Dang ding. Until now!
So where's this beige enough device? This doesn't look anything like the inside of Tom Brokaw's house.
Oh, it's a few blocks away. It took over 400 different adapters to get that thing to plug into our TV. Come in, Bubs. Insert the tape. Static. Roger that. Ka-thunk. Static.
I'm Saran Cardgage, the lead star from Characters website. I'd like to introduce you to the family might could. Thanks, package sirloin.
What part of his person are we even looking at?
Too many folds. Too many folds. Trust me, you guys, this is not what we shot that day. On an old air freshener.
This is so exciting. My first rated R movie. Today I am become a man.
Where did you say you got this tape again?
I don't know. It arrived mysteriously with no return address and a spooky music sting. That's the one.
Strong Bad, I think you just made us all watch one of those urban legend cursed videotapes. I think we all may be cursed for life. Finally!
See? Cardgage is so cool his character video probably cursed us all for life. But if there were any adverse side effects, we haven't seen anything so far. I'm sure they'll manifest someday when we least expect it. Thanks for emailing me, Christiane. Now I'm gonna grab a Sharpie and head to the bathroom and try and make my own family might could.
Well, Widow Janquo, if we're talking about your children's future, primary and secondary investments simply won't be enough. We're gonna need to start talking about tertiary investments in...
Let me guess. You just said...
Tertiary.
It's the Cardgage curse! It finally caught up with us!
Rated F for folds. May contain graphic images of vague skin folds, references to family might coulds, and scenes of strong foldulence.
CGL.
Breakfast unboxing.
Hey, my name's Couch Z, a 1213. Check me out as I rock furniturely. I can't really recommend you ever sit down on me, cause your backside might stick to my upholstery.
Those were some of the worst rhymes I ever had laid ears on. But they ain't got no ears, just this nasty old mouth flap. A-hee-ha-ha-hoo-hee.
A heap of hoppa hoopy.
And I can take my...
No, the DeLoreans are from the Doctor from Enterprise. White people? Yeah, there are white people in Star Trek. It's crazy. Pardon me. Okay, I can at least get the 3,000. And then we're gonna do a Let's Learn, chat. Haven't you always wanted to do a Let's Learn? Haven't you always wanted to learn a thing or two? Yeah, I'm going second. $3,000? It's just 300. Fuck, I forgot we were playing a Go Second deck. We didn't even have to watch that video. I could have started this, and I would have finished my sandwich by the time they were done comboing. Uh-oh. Wait. Wait, this isn't necessarily heroes. This could be anything. Gate Guardian! Heavy metal tank. Doo-ga-doo, 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 doo-ga-doo. Okay, so what does this do? Nothing. Okay, that's for targeting. Okay, so what I want to do... we're going to normal summon this. The field spell's a battle trick, yeah. Hopefully we should be able to get rid of that. Excellent, excellent. Oh no! Anyway. We want to get this one. Targets cards you control. Gotcha. Hey, free cards. Okay, so we do this. Then we... do this. Oh, I'm locked. Oh, I'm locked. I forgot to do it. Thrice per turn. Gotcha. Okay, mistakes were made, but we're still good. Would you recommend this game for ADHD people? I don't know, I'm not ADHD. Damn, I really fucked that up. Okay. I would say it's hard to recommend this game to regular people, yeah. Unless you like really, really complicated stuff, if you want a challenge, join Yu-Gi-Oh! It's hard to recommend as like a casual game. Give me your dude. You can't target me? You should know better! We did it. 300 gems. What do we gotta get? 200 more to get the sleeves. Yeah, I think I'm fine. I'll just get them off camera. At least we can get all these. $800 gems. Get the gems, Bentley Bear! Alright. And with that, we're done with the Master Duel part of the stream. But we're not done with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Part of the stream. You see, I have a Patreon request. If you don't know, this channel is funded mostly by Patreon. You ever seen me, like, shilling an ad, being like, hey, check out this thing? I don't do that. And that's because I think ads are evil. So instead I rely on Patreon. And it works pretty well as long as people join the Patreon. Let's go, this is MD Pro. New deck. When the Outer Wilds, yeah, we'll be doing Outer Wilds after this, assuming it doesn't take forever. I didn't know there were so many cards here. There's a way to sort, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't think Genesis Dragon is meant to be here. Imposter! Okay. One less. Do we have a field spell? We've got a normal, a quick play, a normal, a continuous trap, and a normal trap. All right. So I'm curious, chat, how many of you are familiar with the Let's Learn series? It's not my most popular series by any means. Do most of you know what you're in for? Or are you a little confused as to what you're watching? Okay, there we go. Background, we can get a little bigger. I'm aware of it. I'm confused, but just in a general sense. You'll be living in a box. You'll be living in a cardboard box. I'm aware of it, okay. It's been a while since I've last seen your Let's Learn series. So the idea behind Let's Learn is that it's both a way to learn an archetype and also a show where I teach you how to learn an archetype. The whole idea is that it's a blind deck building show. I may ask you for some assistance, but for the most part, what this is supposed to show is like, you, as a person trying to learn Yu-Gi-Oh!, can grab all the cards in an archetype, sit down, read them, and then figure out how to build the deck. So as a result, I'm going to be sitting here and I'm going to be doing exactly that in real time. We'll turn it into a YouTube video. I may ask you for some questions or suggestions later. But for the most part, one of the big problems I always have with this show is there's a bunch of people and they're like, oh, if you're playing this, you'll want this card that, like, would not be apparent by looking at this. So that's all I would say is, like, unless it's like super obvious, I wouldn't mention other stuff. Don't give me, like, deck building tips until I ask for them. And also, just in general, you know, be aware of what you're getting into. You're watching content be made, which personally, I remember when I first started doing this on stream, I was like, no one wants to see that. And then it turns out there's a shocking number of people who like to watch the content be made, even though it's the same thing as, like, the edited YouTube videos, just with more stammering. More me trying to figure things out, long pauses. To me, I'd be like, yeah, I'll just come back when the video is edited, but some people enjoy it. And I'm glad you're here. Those of you that do enjoy it. I just want you to know what you're getting into. Am I watching content being made? You are. Ultra rare. I like seeing all the first takes you do, yeah. So we're going to go ahead and start that. Fill yourself up with cats in the chat. I believe this is... Oh, 1 second. I've got a message from the editor. This is from... Cat Monarch. Okay. Yep, the editor needs more footage. I can easily do that. Just give me 1 second. What was the last footage I gave them? 51? So I gotta have Masochist stream 52. Wait, where's Masochist Stream 52? Did I forget to download it? Uh-oh. Did I forget to record it? No. No, it couldn't be that. One of the big problems with content creation. Hardleg lost media. Hopefully it's still there. If it's not, then we may have a problem. Friday Night Masochist. That's from April 10th. When was 51? Show me the properties. Huh. One second, let me... Well, here, while I'm figuring this out, chat, because this might take a minute or two. You got copies of every video data. So what have we learned about Regenesis? We've learned, always label your stuff correctly. I mean, I did label it. The problem is, what was it? The day I recorded the 51... the Masochist Session 51, I also recorded the Let's Learn of Dragon Rulers, and I needed to remind myself that that's where that footage was, because if I just titled it Masochist 51, I'd forget. So I have it, the name of the file is Masochist 51 plus LL Dragon Ruler. And then I uploaded it to the Google Drive, but because Mr. Metal is used to just seeing, like, Masochist number, he was looking through, and there's a couple other video files in there that are like songs and stuff to like use as background music. So it's like, I think he was just looking for, like, you're scanning for a single line, Masochist X, and when you see something that's 2 lines long, your eyes just glaze over it, you know? I completely understand what happened. It's just unfortunate it kind of like derails, like, oh shit, did I lose something? Did something go wrong? Is my timing out? First time catching you live, I think. Well, this isn't your first message, so you must have been here once before. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna record a Let's Learn. Go ahead, cats in the chat, fill up. Let's try to get this right this time. Look at Masochist 6-7. Well, considering it's every 2 weeks, that'll be like a year and a half from now. And welcome back to Let's Learn, YugiTube's only blind deck building show. I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know, joined as always by Twitch chat, up there keeping me company, and of course Critter, my friendly ox. Critter, you got some words for the people? Very inspiring as always. And yes, today we are learning Regenesis, thanks to a Patreon-sponsored request by Cat Monarch, who wanted me to look at this archetype that's almost been on ladder climbs several times and just never quite made the cut. And, you know, it's not the most meta competitive thing, but it is interesting, so I'm glad I get to take a look at it. Now, as I said before, this is a blind deck building show, which means things are going to be going a little bit different than you might be used to. I am not coming in here as an expert who's going to teach you how to build the best version of the deck. Instead, the point of this show is to tell you that you, yes you, can come in here as a new person to Yu-Gi-Oh! And figure out how a deck works just by reading the cards, and I'll help by reading the cards. We're going to sit down, go over everything here, I'll give my analysis, and show how I would build the deck if all I had was this and no other resources available. Now, as a result, I won't be building the best, most competitive deck or anything, but I will get a solid framework for how the deck works, which means afterwards, if I wanted to go look up some deck lists or ask other people for assistance, I would have a solid working base of which means if I then wanted to go look up like some deck lists or ask some people for help, I would have a working knowledge of the archetype to build upon. I think this is probably the best way to learn new decks if you're trying to figure out new archetypes, whether it's to play them yourselves or just to learn how to beat them. Learning how to play a deck is the greatest way to learn how to beat it, because once you've played it yourself, you become acutely aware of all its flaws. But yeah, so long story short, we're going to read all these, we're going to make a deck list, we're going to learn some combos, should be a good time. And if you enjoy that, consider subscribing, consider joining the Patreon. I don't take any sponsors on this channel, so any amount you could do would help. You know, I don't make a ton of money, but I make just enough to get by, and every amount helps. I don't know, I'm not good at selling myself. Either way. Okay, let's try that. I can't get all rambly. But yeah, so that's the plan. We're going to learn some But yeah, so that's the plan. We're going to learn some Regenesis. We're going to build a deck, So that's the plan. We're going to read cards, we're going to learn Regenesis, build a deck, learn some combos, and hopefully we'll have a little fun. And you know, if you enjoy that, if you like this channel, make sure you subscribe, make sure you like the video, let YouTube know so I can maybe get out to some more people. And if you really enjoy this, consider joining the Patreon. There's a link below. I don't take any sponsorships on this channel, so I only get by thanks to the generosity of viewers like you. And of course, if you do donate, you can get a whole bunch of rewards. For $2, you can get on my Discord, and for a whopping $75, you can have me make a Let's Learn of a deck that you want. So if that interests you and you have a lot of money, consider checking it out. Otherwise, let's go ahead and jump into it. Okay. Mr. Beast, fund this man. Mr. Beast's about to be in a lot of trouble. Holy shit. It's funny, it's this is a little thing, but it's well, a little tangent. But I think it's worth pointing out just because of like hilariously bad is it? How bad it is. Let's see if I can find it here real quick. It was on Blue Sky. Not a whole lot gets posted on Blue Sky, so it's easy to like find stuff. And a bunch of people were talking. So he's being sued, his company is, for sexual harassment. They're like, you fostered a really bad work environment. You didn't accurately protect the people who worked with you. It was really uncomfortable. Let's see. And yeah, they have like, so I'm not sure if you know this, chat. I feel like you should if you've ever worked at a company. Most companies have some sort of like employee handbook, like a guidebook that has rules. And at least in most cases I know, people don't follow those rules. Those rules are like guidelines that are basically there to cover your ass if you get sued. You know, if there is sexual harassment in the workplace, you can be like, well, this wasn't our fault. We have the rules and we specifically say don't do that. We gave them training not to do that. You have to have some kind of plausible deniability. That's like rule one, is like you at least have to try. And then, what was it? Yeah, in opening arguments of this lawsuit, they're like, Mr. Beast distributed a handbook to employees titled How to Succeed in Mr. Beast Productions. It stated that it's okay for the boys to be childish. If the talent wants to draw dicks on the whiteboard, let them do it. No does not mean no. Any amount of hours you work is irrelevant. Let the guys do whatever they want. Boys will be boys. It's okay for them to be childish. It's like, that's not something you want to do in a multi-million-dollar company. Ain't no way that's actually it's actually word for word in the handbook. And then they're like, well, yeah, they were saying all sorts of lewd things to all the women that worked with them. They were, like, inviting them over to their houses to have, like, one-on-one consultations where they're like, let's talk about content, and then they just tried to get them to drink a whole bunch. Like, clearly just, like, using their power to try to get women, like, attracted to them. Just be like, oh, you work for me, it'd be a shame, you know, if you didn't show up to this, your job could be impacted. And then they're like, you know, she's like, this isn't fair, this isn't right. So she went to HR, and the HR, the Human Resources Office, is Mr. Beast's mom, who said she was being mean to Mr. Beast and shouldn't complain. And then as soon as she did complain, like the next day, she was demoted to a lesser position. Did Jimmy take part in this as well? It's not super clear. And again, I should state this is not anything where, like, you know, they you know, they're not like out here like roofing people. They're not like absolute monsters, but they're literally just like frat boys who thought they could run a multi-billion-dollar company without any rules, without any regulations, and like you see this a lot with a lot of these newer. Like, I remember it was when Elon Musk took over Twitter, right? And he was like, oh, we have all this censorship. We have all these things in place. This is bad. We need to unban everyone. And then he did, and there was immediately a bunch of, like, Nazis and child pornography and, like, people getting shot posted to Twitter. And every single major brand pulled out. And suddenly he had, like, 1/8 of the revenue, and he started hemorrhaging money. And it's like, oh, the corporate rules aren't there because of moral reasons. They're there because you lose money if you don't. And so you're just kind of seeing the same thing of like, we don't want to be stuffy in corporate. We want to do this. Well, those are there so that you don't get sued. Those are there so you don't create even more problems. Turns out, generally kind of being nice is good for business. Who would have thought censorship actually helps? I mean, if you want to make money. If you want a polite society. Does Mr. Beast not have, like, lawyers to look over this stuff? Apparently not. I'm surprised he has been sued sooner. He's been sued over a lot of things. It's the same, you know, I don't want to get on a whole Mr. Beast thing, but Dan Olsen made a video because he got invited to the Beast games. And if you don't know, Dan Olsen is a guy who makes, like, really long, serious documentaries about, like, all sorts of stuff. He's not the kind of person that you would think would be invited to go to, like, the Mr. Beast games, you know? But he went to the Mr. Beast games, and then, you know, he's like, well, I got invited, I'm going to go. And just made a video not only about how the Beast games themselves were, like, this big flawed project, but how Jimmy's business, Mr. Beast is Jimmy, by the way, if you didn't know, how his business model is kind of wonky. Where he's like he started a chocolate company, right? And he was like, every time I look at Hershey chocolate bars, they got all these grooves and shit in them. We don't want that. I want a solid chocolate bar. I'm gonna do that. And so he did. And then it turns out that the reason they have those grooves is because if you have a solid block and it gets jostled in shipping, or it falls over because, let's say you didn't design the packaging right either, it falls on the floor, that brick just shatters into like 1,000,000 pieces. All the force gets distributed, and when you open it up, it's just a crumble of chocolate. If you put breakpoints in it, those little things, those little lines, not only does it allow you to break pieces off, but it ensures that if the candy bar does rock around or clack against another one, it breaks along those fault lines. So when people open it, they still have chunks, like bricks of chocolate, that they can eat instead of a bunch of powder. And if he had looked into any chocolate designer and tried to understand why the people who came before him did the things he did, he would understand it. But he didn't. He came in assuming that he knew better and that he would be able to improve where they left off, and ended up having to, like, get a whole bunch of refunds and sell stuff back. And he's on, like, version 3.0 of his chocolate bar that now has the grooves in it. So he made bad chocolate bars. Yeah, not learning from the past. And it's the same thing you could do, you know, his reality show is full of a bunch of problems that other reality shows have solved, but he didn't look at other reality shows. He just came in and assumed he would be able to do it. His company is full of all these obvious obvious holes that are going to make people uncomfortable in a way that's easy to sue him, that could have been solved, but he decided he knew better. Mr. Beast chocolate kind of sucks. I want to try it one of these days. As soon as he kept back. Well, to be fair, Hershey's is not great chocolate. It's weird. Squid Game, but without the murder. Yeah. Anyway. You want to fill yourself up with, like, the field spell, chat. It's generic. I heard the peanut butter one is okay. Ugh. Field spell? Yeah. The field spell. Freddy's got it. Alright, so first things first, whenever you're looking at an archetype, what you want to try to... Okay. Alright, so whenever you're learning a new archetype, the first card you want to look for is a field spell, because field spells tend to have unifying effects that centralize all the archetype's effects. But Regenesis doesn't have a field spell. So next up is the boss monsters, and usually that means extra deck monsters. If your deck has an extra deck, you want to go there, and obviously we don't got anything there either. So then we go to the main deck monsters. We do have quite a lot of them. They're all level 8, but we've got 2 that are level 10, and they both have 25-25. So it's hard to say which one is better, but one is Lord and one is Overlord. So it makes it sound almost like this is a retrain or this came second. So I'm going to try Regenesis Lord. We'll start out with this, but just keep in mind, whenever you have to do something like this, you may not necessarily get all the information you need from a boss monster, because archetypes like this are kind of weird. They're kind of few and far between. Anyway, Regenesis Lord is a level 10 light illusion monster, 25-25, can't be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned from your hand by banishing a monster you control with 2500 original attack and defense. You can only special summon one per turn this way. If it's summoned, you can set a Regenesis spell trap from your deck, gains 2500 attack during the battle phase only, and it does piercing damage. So quite a lot of effects here, but you can already see some of the themes. Clearly, something to do with attack and defense being 2500 is going to be important. In fact, let's go ahead and look real quick. I know this has 25-25. Do the other ones have the same kind of stats? We know that Overlord does. Archfiend, Dragon, Sage, Warrior. Okay, so they're all 2500 attack, 2500 defense. This is something you see a lot in more modern archetypes. Older archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh! Would be like, you can banish a Regenesis monster. They would specifically say the name. But now they're trying to make it more generic by attributing it to something like a stat line or a monster type or some combination of like type and attribute. So it seems like this is going to be based on monsters that have 2500 attack and defense. And this looks like a game ender. 2500, so it goes up to 5000 during the battle phase, and it does piercing. That's not quite enough to OTK, but if you can get a whole bunch of other stuff on the field, I imagine it would be pretty easy. And then it sets a Regenesis spell trap, which is probably good, because we have a lot of those. I'm not going to go into those yet, but I'm sure we'll have at least one target there. As for how many to play for now, because it requires such specific conditions, I'm going to just keep it as a one of, but maybe we'll add more in later. Next up, we have Regenesis Overlord, which is also an illusion, also a level 10. This time it's dark, though. Also can't be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your graveyard by banishing 2 monsters with 2500 attack or defense. So there we go. You don't necessarily have to banish a Regenesis monster. You could banish Dark Magician because it has 2500 attack, or Blue Eyes because it has 2500 defense. So already a bunch of stuff that you could potentially mix in with this. You can only special summon once per turn this way. If this card is special summoned, target cards in your opponent's field and or graveyard up to the number of your banished monsters that have 2500 attack or defense, return them to your hand. Monsters your opponent controls lose 2500 attack during the battle phase only. Okay, so this is weaker than Lord. I would have thought that this would be a retrain. It does have the ability to potentially clear the field, or if nothing else, banish, or... Okay, so this actually seems a little weaker than Lord, which is weird, because I would have thought Overlord would be higher. I mean, it's over the Lord. But no, this doesn't have a super useful effect. I mean, being able to target and bounce cards is kind of useful. You'll get at least 2, maybe more, potentially wipe the whole field. And even if you don't wipe something, being able to lower their attack by 25 ensures that all your monsters will get over them. But it doesn't help you like OTK. Well, I guess it does if it clears the field, but that can be negated. Does this have a once per turn? You can only special summon once per turn, and the effect is when it's special summoned. So it's effectively a once per turn. So this one, I would say, no matter what, is going to be a one of. You could never summon more than 1 per turn. You would never need more than 1. This one, potentially, you could have more, but yeah, these both seems like one ofs at most. And honestly, if there's not one of these that says, like, summon this, do a thing, and then send a card to the graveyard, this might even be, like, side deck worthy. From there, we've got 4 other monsters. 2 of these are 7s, 2 of these are 8s. I'm going to assume the 8s are slightly more powerful, so let's go ahead and just start with this one. Regenesis Archfiend. So 25/25, as we've said, this is an Earth, and it's a Fiend, so they aren't all illusions. You can special summon this from your hand by revealing another monster with 2500 attack or defense in your hand. You can only summon once per turn this way. You can use each of these effects once per turn. If this is summoned, add a Regenesis card from your deck or banishment to your hand, except a copy of itself. Then during your opponent's end phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can add it to your hand. Alright, so just right off the bat, any card that says search another card is automatically a 3 of. Consistency is key in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anything that searches, anything that draws, you're going to want to play as many of those as you possibly can. Being able to summon it by revealing anything means that none of these are super bricks, because as long as you get them with Archfiend, you've got something. And that's interesting, this end part, like, if it's in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, which means it would have to be sent during the opponent's turn. Which means, I guess, like, you can just sit on it, you summon this in defense, and then if they destroy it, it comes back to your hand. If the other cards have effects like this, then that means you've got this recursive resource loop where if they don't kill you, next turn you can do everything again. If it's just this one, it's still not bad, because it means if you top deck anything with 2500, good to know not all of these are 25 and 25. This is OR, so that actually gives you probably a whole lot of options, even if it is exactly 2500. And then the only other interesting thing here is that you can add a Regenesis from your deck or banishment, which makes me think there's going to be some cards in here that'll banish something. We haven't seen anything yet, but who knows? Maybe this will do things with banishment. This is Regenesis Dragon, a wind level 8 that's actually a dragon. You can't always guarantee that a dragon card will be a dragon in Yu-Gi-Oh! And if a monster with 2500 attack or defense is on the field, you can summon this from your hand. You can only special summon once per turn this way, and you can use each of the following effects once per turn. Quick effect, tribute this card, target a spell trap your opponent controls, banish it. During your opponent's end phase, if this is in the graveyard because it was sent there, add this card from your deck or from your grave to your hand. Yeah. And during your opponent's end phase, if this is in the graveyard because it was sent there, you can add it to your hand. Okay, so we've got more recursion, and we've got a spell trap banish, which is not super useful. I mean, it's always good to have some removal, and if this is searchable, then it's absolutely just a one-of. You could maybe play more because it is extension. It depends what all the summoning conditions are. With archetypes, a lot of times, with archetypes, sometimes you'll see it where they all have the same summoning condition, and sometimes they like to do variations on a theme, where this one is like reveal in hand, this one is if you already control one. They are level 8s, which means you do have the access to rank 8s, potentially, go into Galaxy Eyes, maybe do some kind of OTK thing. For now, I'm going to keep it at 1, and we're going to put 2 in the side deck just to remember that, like, if what we want is more extension, we can add that in pretty easily. Moving on down the line, we have Regenesis Sage. This is a level 7 water spellcaster, and if a monster with 2500 attack or defense is on the field, you can summon this from your hand. Okay, so it's got the same summoning conditions as the previous one. Weird. You can only summon once per turn this way. You can use each of these effects once per turn. If your opponent activates a card or effect, send one other Regenesis from your hand or field to the graveyard, negate, and if you do, destroy. And then during your opponent's end phase, if this card is in the graveyard, you can add it back. Okay. I'm kind of picking up what you're putting down. This is something I could honestly see this being like a package in other decks, where you just play like 3 of this, and then you get to Sage, and then you use the 1 Sage to send the Archfiend off, and then if this dies, you just get both back, and you can do it over again, over and over again. If we're playing it pure, though, I feel like you want to see the negation early and often. If possible, you want to be able to like summon this and then immediately summon one of these, and then have a negate on so that you can do your other plays. So I'm going to put it at 3 for now, and then if we find out later, oh, this is super searchable, you don't want these in hand, we can always just move them over to the side deck. It is also neat because it means if you have like another Archfiend in the hand that you can't summon, or this that you don't want to summon or whatever, you can discard it, and then you'll just get it back. So kind of a neat little recursion there. Our final monster is Regenesis Warrior, which is a warrior. Did they really just do like Fiend, Dragon, Sage, Warrior? How lazy. This is a level 7 fire, so we've got 1 of every attribute. I feel like there's a card you could play with that, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Not Elemental Burst, that would be awesome. Or not awesome. Not Elemental Burst, that would be pretty awful. If a monster with 2500 attack or defense is on the field, you can summon this from your hand. Okay, now that's really weird. I thought like, oh, maybe they did 2 and 2. You know, this is reveal, these 2 are, if there's 1 on the field, summon it, and then this is also reveal. But no. They're all, you have to have a 2500, except for this one. This is the only one you can get from your hand for free, which makes this a lot more bricky, which means maybe Sage would want to go down to 2. I don't know, we'll have to see what these spell traps do. So in addition to that summoning, you can only summon once per turn. It's got 2 hard once per turn effects. Quick effect, you can tribute this, target 1 monster your opponent controls, return it to the hand. And then during the end phase, you add it back. Okay, so this one at least, like, has a way to get itself into the graveyard during the opponent's turn. It just tributes itself. It's weird that it doesn't tribute any Regenesis or any monster with 2500. I feel that would make it a lot more useful. It is removal, so again, we're going to put 2 in the side deck, because I could see how perhaps if what you wanted to do is just start your turn and summon all the things, you want to have everything out. But this is already looking like, you know, even if you just play 1 of each of these, there's a chance you draw like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you can't summon anything. This has the potential to be extremely bricky, depending on what these spell traps do. And as for the spells, it looks like we got a normal, we got a quick play, we got a normal. I'll just go down the line again. I don't think any of them has any particular, like, significance. As for the spells, they've got a normal, they've got a quick play, and they've got another normal. So I guess we'll read the quick play first, because it's the odd one out. But there's not really a whole lot you can tell just from that information. So this is Regenesis Code. Summon a Regenesis from the deck, but send it to the graveyard during your opponent's end phase. Also, until the end of the next turn, you cannot special summon from the extra deck. Ooh, that makes things a little tough. During your main phase, if this card is in your graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish it, target one Regenesis monster, and special summon it. Okay, that makes it a little better. This is a weird one, because this undoubtedly, like, you can play this, and then that makes me feel a lot more comfortable about putting these at 2, because then it's like, oh, if you get at this, you can just get it out of the deck. And if you get 2 of these, then you can just do a whole lot of, you can, like, summon one. And then if you get 2 of these, it's like you can just activate one on your turn, activate one on your opponent's turn. Not only do they summon from the deck, but they also revive ones from the graveyard. You can get it back from the banishment with the Archfiend. But locking you out of the extra deck means that you essentially can't combine this with anything good. Anything super worthwhile. I mean, you're not using your normal summon, but also, what are you going to normal summon that has 2,500 attack? I think for now, since we're just kind of building pure, I'll put 3 in here, but this is going to hyper depend on what you end up doing. If you want to mix this with anything else, if you want to make Galaxy Eyes, go into Ixies or Lynx or whatever, this is maybe like a one of at best. Maybe something you search if you need it. Because I guess you could just search one and then set it, right? And then make whatever you want during your opponent's turn, and then, sorry. Because, like, I could see a world in which you, like, Archfiend, search this, then make whatever extra deck cards you want, and then during your opponent's turn, you flip this up, and you summon the Sage or the Warrior from your deck, and now you've got, like, a spell trap negate or a monster bounce in addition to everything else you made. But if you're actually trying to go in on full pure Regenesis, then you probably want this at 3. Is Cat Monarch here? No. I don't think so. Okay, from there we've got 2 normal spells, so let's look at those real quick, starting with Regenesis Cycle. I do like this art. Very, very iconic. It's got all the elements going in there. If you control a monster with 25 original attack or defense, target a card your opponent controls, or 2 cards if you control Regenesis Lord, and banish them. If this card is in your graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish it, special summon 1 monster with 2,500 attack or defense from your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. If this was a quick play, I'd say it's a one of for sure, and only a one of. As a normal spell, I'm not even sure if it's worth the one of. Especially because, like, you have to control one of these. And there's a chance that, like, oh, everything gets cleared and maybe you just have one of these. It's just another brick. Where, like, if you don't have the ability to get one on the field, it does nothing. Although it does help Lord. No, it doesn't really help you OTK more because you've already got Overlord. Yeah, the more I'm looking at that, I'm like, maybe we don't want Overlord. I mean, again, we'll see if we do anything, but this is a one of at best. I'll keep it at 1 for now and see what else we got. That brings us to our last spell, which is just called Regenesis. It's just the archetype. Take a Regenesis monster from your deck and either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. Or, if you control a Regenesis monster, add any monster with 2,500 attack and defense from your deck to your hand instead. If this card is in the graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, banish it, target a Regenesis, and special summon it. Alright, so once again, any card that does searching, you're gonna want at 3. Especially in almost any version of this deck. Unlike the code, this doesn't give you any kind of lock, and this ensures that you don't have to play these bricky cards that might clog up your hand. Instead, you just search whatever you want. You've got this that searches, you've got this, you've got this, and it has the added bonus of like, if you already control a Regenesis, then you could add any monster with 2500 attack. So it really does just seem like they want you to find other archetype cards, or other So it really does seem like they just want you to find other tech cards that have 2500 attack, and use those, and then only use your Regenesis cards, like your spells, to get these out. At least that's how it seems so far. And you're not super worried about, like, you know, if they go to the graveyard, all these cards summon them back. If they get banished, everything grabs it back from banish. Like, you're perfectly fine. There's no such thing as, like, losing these cards, because they all come back. It's an interesting playstyle, to be sure. I'm kind of seeing how it comes together. They set it up specifically to be a bunch of one-ofs, it feels like. And all that leaves then are the traps. We've got a continuous and a normal trap. Let's start with the continuous. Why not? Regenesis Birth. You can send one Regenesis from your deck to the graveyard, then target a face-up monster your opponent controls and change it face down. During your opponent's turn, you can send this card to the graveyard, special summon as many Regenesis as possible with different names from your graveyard and or banishment, but send them to the graveyard during the end phase. You can only use one effect per turn and only once that turn. Alright. So we finally got something that Foolish Burials. It is a Book of Moon, which is not too terrible, although that's becoming less and less useful as time goes on. It does let you send one, which is pretty good because it means like you send it during your opponent's turn to Book of Moon them, and then at the end of the turn, because it was sent that turn, it'll come back to your hand and you'll have plays for next turn. And then of course, once you get everything in the graveyard, if you've sent everything and they're all in rotation, then you just soul charge, you just get everything back. I think this is absolutely worth it as a one-of. Especially since Regenesis Lord can place it directly on the field, right? It sets it from your deck. Okay, so you don't immediately get used to that, but you still get it onto the field, which is pretty nice. Maybe no. If you were in a lower powered format or something, I could see you playing this at 3 and just being like, okay, if I don't open enough hands, if I brick or whatever, but I have one of these, I can set it. And then I can stall for return and get going. But realistically, one Book of Moon is never going to save you until the next turn. So it's probably just to play it at 1 at most. And all that leaves then is Regenesis Commands. Who is that, the Sage? They got all sorts of stuff going on. Apply these effects to all cards your opponent controls that are in the same column as a Regenesis monster. What do you mean the last card in the series has column effects? You can't just bring that in here after a whole bunch of cards with no columns. Suddenly columns important. Alright. Face-up cards negate their effects. Face-down monsters can't change their battle positions. Face-down spell traps can't be activated until the end of the next turn. You can only activate 1 per turn. I mean, that is a pretty good effect. Being able to, like, negate everything, keep your monsters locked down that are face down, stop spell traps from being activated, but I feel like you're only really living the dream if you've already got a field full of Regenesis monsters, and if you do, I feel like you're already kind of winning, right? Because that means they haven't been able to, you haven't had a chance to use your negates and whatnot. Again, I will keep it at 1 just for the sake of trying out everything in the deck, but I think this is like one of those one of at most, probably a 0 of if I had to be honest. And that's the entire deck. It's really not all that complicated. It's just 2500s, summon them, get the things out, and even with this package here, you've only got like 17 cards. And if you wanted to, again, just take off these things that are like maybe one-ofs, you got a 15-card engine, it feels like it was designed to be played with something else. It feels like you almost couldn't play this pure even if you wanted to. Like, maybe you could put 3 of every Regenesis in there, but even with all the traps and everything, you would have to mix this with something else. Fortunately, if you're going into this blind, there's a really, really easy avenue to look through things. And you should be able to do this even if you're playing on Master Duel. And all that is to go and look for monsters that have an attack of 2,500. Exactly, 2,500. There are a lot of them. Many of them are normal monsters. Many more of them are going to be like extra deck monsters. So even though this seems like a shit ton of cards, you can ignore everything from this point below, because these are all fusion monsters. And you could ignore anything like above Protoss, because these are all normal monsters. And a lot of these are already the Regenesis cards, or there's something like, if you already know the game a little bit, you know to just ignore the Sphinx cards, they don't do anything. But that still gives you quite a lot of stuff, and this is just the attack monsters. There's also all the 2,500 defense monsters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down and I'm just going to look over these. I'm going to see if there's anything I recognize, anything in particular I'd want to play with this, and I'll put together a list of all the best cards that we can. Of course, you won't have to watch that. We'll skip by it with the magic of editing. Ooh. We can search Protoss. We can, but we don't want to be banishing stuff from the graveyard. Yatiw. YHTIW. Redeemed a honk critter. You got something for ya? Oh. Oh, dang. Fast. Fast and furious. Protoss. We can search the Nocticulant Train Blues Traveler. You ever heard Blues Traveler, chat? It's the, whatchamacallit. They're the Metallica of Harmonica. You know what? At the risk of getting the VOD silenced. While I'm reading these cards, let's just enjoy some Blues Traveler. The music video cuts out the end of the solo with the harmonica. For cheering? Why would they do that? Okay. Yeah, well, usually we don't have a bunch of harmonicas going on. Hello, all the Raiders. I'm Hardleg Joe, if'n you didn't know. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! In a top hat. Also, I've got my companion Critter. Critter, do you want to give a message to all the people who have just rated us? Some inspiring words of hope to send them joy on their evening? Thank you, Critter. Very nice. I appreciate it. He has such a way with words. Truly a bondsmith if ever there was one. Honk, yeah. Which, by the way, if you wanna, I believe this is like a follower emote. Oh no, that's a sub emote. You can get the dancing. Jeremy the Great has redeemed a honk. Critter, you wanna say something? A personalized message for Jeremy? Thank you. Bravo, Critter. How could he say something so brave and so kind at the same time? And yeah, if you're unfamiliar with me, I'm mostly known for climbing the Master Duel ladder with weird decks. Every month my Patreon chooses a deck, and I must do my best to try to push it into Master. I also have other shows. One of those shows is called Let's Learn, which is like a blind deck building show. I sit down with no other resources other than the archetype, and I try to see if I can learn the deck just by reading the cards and then like searching things that are relevant. So that's what we're doing now. I've got a Patreon request to do a Let's Learn on Regenesis. We already sat down and read through all the cards so we understand how the archetype works. And then if you're unfamiliar with Regenesis, a lot of their cards are like, summon this by revealing a monster with 2,500 attack or 2,500 defense. You can summon this if there's a monster with 2,500 attack or defense on the field. So I'm literally just sitting down and looking through all the monsters that have 2,500 attack to see if there's any good ones I know that like could go in this deck. And I was like, well, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well like, I might as well play some music. so that the people don't just have to sit here and like watch me look at cards for a while. So we played the Metallica of Harmonica. But we've got some extra time. And, you know, we already did this a little earlier, but I mean, now that we've got Raiders, might as well, let me ask you, Danny fans, and perhaps Danny himself, are you familiar with Angine de Poitrine? They're very popular in certain circles. And yet, a lot of people are unfamiliar with them. And if you're unfamiliar with them, well, you've got to learn. The children yearn for the microtonal music. So while I'm reading cards, allow me to just give you something interesting to watch. They're French, Canadian. That's just Diabell Star. These folks are playing near me. They're like sold out for the next like 20 years or something. Lurkers don't count? I don't know. Someone in chat was saying that like unless you chat, it doesn't count you as part of the audience chat. And I hadn't heard that before. I thought you could just like lurk. Although someone tried to do the exclamation mark lurk, and I don't use any bots here. I believe that when you give a job to a bot, you take away a job from a man. Are you in PDX at all? I don't think so. I don't know what PDX stands for. The Amazing Digital Circus. Yeah, how come there's no Master Duel ban list on this? This thing is meant to look like Master Duel. The Portland area? No. I live in misery, Chad. It knows Master Duel format is a joke, yeah. I was gonna look up, maybe someone else can let me know. Is Bestial Lubellion at 3 in Master Duel? It wouldn't surprise me if it was like at 2 or something. Phantasm Digital Xavier. After a certain point, I think lurkers get removed from the view count, especially when ads are playing weird. Yes, it's at 3. Okay. Yeah, I know Kashtira Unicorn's at 1. There's really not a whole lot of like 2500s that are free special summons, unless I miss them. You know what, let me, real quick. 2500 exactly, special summon. That one I have to send a spell trap. I mean, there's this, but I wouldn't play this on Master Duel. It's like a UR. Oh shit. Could this be the time that we play Ursarctics? The Dogmatica. Yeah, this isn't a free special summon. The Knighted? She's not in Master Duel though, right? Play out Emancipator mixed with Triamids. Yeah, the thing is we need to special, like, most of these, like, you must control a 2500, so we need ways to summon 2500s. Going first, at least. Oh, wait, 1 second. Oh, we lock ourselves with Regenesis code, but it's worth noting. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of monsters that are 25 that are just like, you can special summon this. I guess that makes sense. 25 is a lot. I'm kind of surprised that Kashtira Unicorn can do it. But no 2500 defense? Yeah, like I could run Horus and just like try to get Kebasenuef Turbo, but that doesn't feel worth it. Oh wait, no, this is only good going second. Your opponent must have monsters on the field for that to work. Konami just announched new Poly. Link it to me. Let me see this thing. I don't like the chibi arts, chat. They look weird. The outline's too thick. Must be special summoned from your hand during a duel in which your opponent activated a monster effect in their hand or graveyard. Opponent activates a monster effect. You can make this card gain 1,000. If this card is sent to the graveyard, shuffle it into the deck. Huh. I mean, maybe. It is essentially a free, like they ask you, and then it's just, oh, there you go. Archfiend would be perfect for this. Isn't all the Archfiends 25? I don't think so. I mean, we've already got Regenesis Archfiend. Is that what you mean? Light and/or dragons. During the turn, a Link monster's effect was activated. Yeah, I remember when Orcust was playing that. Summon Skull Archfiend. If this card is in your graveyard, send a level 5 or higher monster. If you control a Dark Dragon, Link. I guess this is free as well. It's not great, but it is something. It's also a level 7, so you can play some level 7s. Ah, someone finally posted it. Super duper polymerization. It's even more super than super polymerization. But it's not a quick play spell, it's a normal spell. Pay 2,000 life points, target an effect monster on the field, special summon one monster from your extra deck with the same type and attribute but a different level but negate its effects, then apply one of these effects. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this card's activation. And the two effects are fusion summon a card from your extra deck using the special summoned monster and the targeted monster. Send the special summoned monster to the graveyard. Okay, so target any effect monster on the field. So on either player's field. Then summon a monster with the same type and attribute but a different level. And then either fusion using the card that you just summoned and the card you targeted, or send the card you targeted to the graveyard. So it's a super poly Verte mix. Not really like a Verte, because one, it has to match the type and attribute, and whatever you summon has its effects negated. So a new branded fusion card, maybe? What is Fallen of Albaz? He's a dark dragon, right? Yeah, he's a dark dragon. So you target Albaz. So like you summon an Albaz, it gets negated or whatever, and then you summon Albion for free, because it's the same type and attribute. And then you immediately send Albaz and Albion to the graveyard for the Mirror Jade. Was this just announced? Yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's not on here. There's so many cards that mention polymerization. Yeah, so like it has uses. The Albion would be negated. Yeah, but the Albion being negated doesn't matter because the super duper poly says summon one card from your extra deck, negated, and then fusion summon with the card you just summoned and the card you targeted. So if you target Albaz, you get Albaz and Albion, and then you send both to the graveyard to get Mirror Jade. They did say it was Apex polymerization. Oh, is it? The art didn't look the same. Oh no, this is it. Yeah, neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this. Target an effect monster on the field, summon a monster from the extra deck with the same type and attribute. Its effects are negated. Then either fusion summon or send the monster to the graveyard. So I'm trying to think, for example, so what is... So just like, whoop. Cool. Let's say, for instance, they're sitting on an RS. RS is a Dark Fiend that's level 5. So what we want is like a fusion that's a Dark and a Fiend, but not level 5. So you can play any of these, I think. Must be special summoned. No, because it needs to be... Must be shuffling. Cannot be fusion material. Grapha and a dark monster. But yeah, so you can just play like a Bickery box. And then like You activate the super duper polymerization. You target the RS. They can't chain in response. You send that to the graveyard and you get a level 7 with 2300. Alternatively, if you could find one, I mean, we'd have to look through like all of these. 3 Fiend and or Fairies, an Evil Hero, a Perform a Pal. A Despian monster and 1 light or dark. Are there any other Despias? No. But I suppose, okay, so I suppose, like, if you were playing 2 Masquerades, then you could activate Super Duper Poly, summon Masquerade, and then immediately fusion summon another copy of Masquerade by using the first Masquerade as a... Oh, this isn't a Despia monster. Never mind. It sends the special summoned monster, not the targeted one. The special summoned monster is the one you targeted. Right? I mean, they're both special summoned. Two Fiend and or Zombie. Oh, okay. There you go. Duke of Demise. So you summon Bickery Box. It's a Fiend. Then you get 2 Fiend monsters. You make the Duke of Demise. Yeah, because it's target 1 effect monster. Oh no, it doesn't have to be special summoned. Special summon a monster from the extra deck with the same type and attribute but a different level, then apply one of these effects. Yeah, so you could just send the fusion to the graveyard. Why would you want to do that? You gotta know the extra deck matchup and play it accordingly, yeah. Like, not only do you have to play a target that has the same type and attribute, but you've also got to play something that you can then fusion summon using that. Oh, but wait. It doesn't have to be the same type and attribute as before. Two monsters with the same type and attribute. Okay, so basically, if you know what type and attribute, like if you're fighting against Cool Toon and you know that their big piece of interaction is a Dark Fiend, you play any Dark Fiend in your extra deck plus Garua, and then you can just summon that and then fusion with your Fiend and their thing for Garua. It just summons Garua. Specifically. Muddragon. Muddragon is same attribute but different types. Yeah, so you can't do that. 14 cards of the extra deck with different targets and 1 Garua. Yeah, possibly. Okay. Anyway, we got way off topic. I think we'll just go ahead and, like... Imperm. Also, I don't know, chat, do you like any of these cards that are just like the normal cards but with a bit of text on them? These feel really lame to me. Maybe it's because I don't speak Japanese, but even the ones I do understand are kind of like, Like, do you want to play cross-out Designator, or do you want to play the cross-out that says no on it? They were in the Rarity collection, yeah. It's like, I don't know, I don't feel like that adds a whole lot. It feels really lazy. Imperm says sayonara. Yeah. Apparently the Ash Blossom says negate. I think the called by is I choose you. They're doing a Pokemon thing. But like if you're gonna do the no, like this should be no. It's like that one. Oh, okay. Don't tell Nintendo or they will sue. You shall not pass. Yeah, maybe if they had other art, but they just kind of like moved the art around and then added like text. I don't know, I feel like I could do that with my own, like I could just take a marker and write my own stuff in there. It would have more character. Okay. Branded. I will put, where's it at? Regained. Okay, so let me shuffle these in a way that kind of makes sense. Sure, we'll go ahead and cross out. Pardon me. Yeah, and then we'll just give some options. What would I do though? It would probably just be like Charmies, right? This is definitely becoming a deck. Oh yeah, and the Dogmatica. Do I want to mention this? No, probably not. And this is probably awful as well. And then, but I do want to be like, well, you could play this, this. This, and... Okay. So yeah, we're getting back to, again, for the people who just joined during the raid, I was recording this for YouTube, making like a YouTube video. So we're gonna get back to that. I'm not sure if it's the most interesting thing, but if you want to see me actually dueling, follow me. I'll be dueling on Tuesday and Thursday mostly. More lava golem. Yeah, I think we want to try to go first, so I'm just playing the one to get it, but or the one that we can like search if need be. Okay. Alright, so after spending way too long... Oh wait, we should 2,500. Okay. Alright, so after spending way too long looking at all the monsters that have 2,500 attack and 2,500 defense, we found quite a lot that worked in here, and not a whole lot that was interesting, unfortunately. While there are some pretty good options, a lot of the best ones, like Cash Tier Unicorn, are at 1, and none of the other Cash Tiers are, so I don't think it's worth playing a package with, like, the Primitive Planet and the, Okay. Let me try that. Take 2. Alright, so after taking way too long looking over all the monsters with 2,500 attack and 2,500 defense, we ended up finding a couple things that worked well, but not as many that were good that I would have liked. I mean, probably the best target is Cash Tier Unicorn, but that's at 1 in Master Duel, and so is the field spell? It wouldn't show me, would it? No. I forget, is Wraithsoat at 1, chat? I feel like it is, but I can't remember. Unicorn is at 2? I thought they were both at 1. One second. Master Duel ban list. I just want the whole band list. Oh, okay. Wraithsoth's at 1, Unicorn's at 2. Okay, so actually... Yeah, we'll go ahead and just put all 3 of those in, and if we've got 3 of them, we might as well... There we go. And then I'll just go ahead and move these down here. And just for the sake of it, good thing I bothered to look that up. That makes things a little bit better. Alright, so after spending way too long looking at all the monsters with 2,500 attack and 2,500 defense, I managed to find a couple engines that I think will be useful. They're not the best options, but, you know, I think they could get the job done. Probably the best target is Cash Tier Unicorn, just because it's a free 2,500. You summon it on the field. If your opponent hand traps any of your other stuff, you get something out of their extra deck. It's only at 2 at Master Duel, but you've got the 1 Wraithsoth, so that can get it out. And I feel like if you're playing both of these and this, might as well put a Cash Tier of Birth in there as well. The other engine I think would be really good is the Bestial engine. We got 3 copies of Lubellion, and then we've got 3 targets, the 3 different Bestials we can search. So if we get one of this, we can discard it, even if it's on the first turn. We can summon these. They all have good effects on the field, and more importantly, they're just 2,500s that we can then use to special summon all the rest of our Regenesis cards. Perhaps most importantly, this also has 2,500, so you can just summon this back out and then search Branded Regained. This is a really good, like... This is a really good card. Loud car outside. Perhaps more importantly, Lubellion has 2,500, so you can get any of these out, then tribute them to bring the Lubellion out of the grave. Oh wait, no, you can't do that. Okay. More importantly, Bestial Lubellion has 2,500, so if you can manage to summon these without using your own Lubellion, you can get this out of the graveyard, and then get Branded Rugained, damn it. Most importantly, Lubellion itself is 2,500, and if you can get it onto the field, you can then search Branded Regained, which is a pretty good resource engine. Just being able to draw a card anytime something is banished is really good, and the fact that all of your spell traps banish themselves actually makes a pretty good resource engine, where, like, you're going to be banishing this out of the graveyard on turn 2 to summon something back out of the graveyard, then you shuffle it into the deck so you have more starters while drawing a free bonus card. I think that could be very powerful. Maybe I'm overstating it, and maybe in the meta that we're in right now, these aren't necessarily the best options, but they're hand traps that also happen to be 2,500s, so I feel like the synergy is pretty good there. And then everything else there is just the Master Duel tax. You know, we're playing 3 Ash Blossom, 2 Droll, a cross out, a called by. There's Maxi. I knew Maxi was in here somewhere. And then we just got 3 tech slots left. I put an Impermanence, but you could just as easily replace these with whatever Charmy you like. And there's also a whole bunch of other options I considered. This thing's pretty neat. It's like, if your opponent has activated a hand trap this duel, you can special summon it. It don't do much but be a big guy, but it is a big guy with 2,500. You could, of course, make this into a stun deck because you don't use your normal summon. Special all these, then tribute them for Vanity's Ruler. You've got Kaijus. You've got Tenyis. You could even go into a Dogmatica engine, which has Fleur-de-Lis with 2,500, Search the Trap. You could go Invoked and get Makaba if you didn't want to worry about code. So there's a whole bunch of options, but this is the one that I went through. This is what I think will be good. And I could put an extra deck in here as well. Like, obviously, if you're playing on your own, you do want to put that in here. And probably the best thing we would look for is, like, rank 7s, because we've got quite a few 7s, we've got some 8s, we've got some 6s. You probably want generic links in there. But ideally, this is a deck that would work on its own merit. Something that is going to be using its in-archetype stuff to disrupt the opponent. So that's what I'm going to start with. And then once I see what we have left over, I can go in and start adding in more extra deck stuff. So now that we've got a base version of the deck, something that we can actually test, we should go and test it. I'm going to sit down in solo mode, try to see if I can figure out like a 1 or 2 card combo that ends us on a couple of things, and then I'll come back with what I've learned. Dragon's Mind. A bit too late, unfortunately. Time to test solo mode. Shuffle the spell back with Regained. Oh, is Regained not when a monster is summoned? Oh, I forgot to set things up, didn't I? Well, I could still maybe do something with this. So what happens if we get Regenesis? We can summon anything. We probably want this, right? Oh, it only adds to hand or sends to graveyard. So we'd have to have something else. Oh, I can search any of these. Yeah, so like I can just get Sage. And then, like, this is just like a negate. Grab ourselves one of these. Tribute this, get the Lord animation. Set a spell trap. Book of Moon. And sure, one of you. I mean, that's 3 disruptions. 3 disruptions from 3 cards. Dark Hole. I mean, yeah. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. We send that. We activate the effect. You go away. I get back... Oh, I can add dragon. That's funny. Sure, I'll add dragon. But it came back. Whenever you do the zombies again when the support comes out, it's all up to the patrons and what they want. Special summon. What was that? Recoded alive! You monster! You monster, Frisbee! Two monsters with 25. I don't think I want to do that. Dragon is a dragon, true. Change to attack. Yeah, what is this? You contribute this, then target one monster, one card. Yeah. I only have one target left. Yeah, I mean, that's more than enough, right? 25 times 5? I think that makes 8,000. My math might be a little off, but it ain't that enough off. Okay. So what's the most I can do with the minimum amount? Like, let's say I just open with, like, Regenesis and lava golem. Always play scissors. Don't shuffle. Starting hand is 2 cards. Let's go. Okay, so if all you get is dragon, you reveal this, you summon it, you search. Yeah, there's not really a lot you can do. Like, I can just search this and get it. I could search this and then have it go get that. I could search this and then special summon one. But either way, I'm just getting to 1 monster, right? I think that might be the problem here. I could search this and then tribute. Yeah, you usually want it in the grave. You poor pathetic fool. 2,000? That's less than 2,500. I think you search Lord off of Regenesis. Is this game... Oh, and I need... Yeah, I'd need ones in the graveyard, I forgot. Yeah, even this would be 75 on a clear field. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, and this banishes it. I didn't realize that. Okay. You try that again and see if I can get more than 1 disruption. Duel. Dual wield. You're a fool, Sora. Yeah, this feels strictly worse than getting the... Because, like, either I'm getting the code, right? I'm getting the code and I still have 1 interaction. The problem is this isn't coming back. Whereas if I just kept this and the Sage on the field, then I tribute this off, but it comes back during the next turn. Or I get this, and then I can get something that I can get next turn, but all I have is a Book of Moon. Yeah, and I'd still have to have another monster. Okay. Is there perhaps a better way to do this? So if I have another 2-card combo, but this time it's, instead of that and anything, it's like, what if we got Regenesis in this? Or we could even say, like, what if we got Regenesis and, like, one of the useless ones? That's not likely. Yeah, and just be like... Okay, so if you've already got Regenesis, or if you've already got Archfiend, then you add Lord. No, then you add Sage. No, then you add Lord. And if you don't have this, then you add this. Although that makes it seem like we want to play 3 Lord. We get this. We get Sage. Yeah, and this is still only like 2 disruptions. Not Blazing and Pachi. Yeah, and then we'll get both of these back. Yeah, there's no way to get Lord back if we had to tribute off Lord for something. But this way we can then, like, special summon this by revealing this. We search. We get this guy. Special summon. Special summon. Can you bring this? Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned. Yeah, it's like, well, that's game if the unfortunate thing, right, is like, let's say we did have to use this and we didn't have it. Then even if, like, okay, we Book of Moon the one thing and that's all they have, then all we can get in for is 7,500 and they're left with the extra 500. Is there a rank 7 or 8? No, we're locked out of the extra deck. It feels like it wants a recursive counter trap, yeah. And there's really not a better... There is a trap, yeah. We're playing it. It ain't good. Okay. I guess we just have to do that. Alright, so after messing around with it for a while, I can see why this deck isn't that popular. Like, it does have a one-card combo, but all that combo gets you is, oh, damn it. Okay, 1 second. Let's retry that. Actually, I could have just done it from there. I don't know why I restarted. Alright, so after messing around with the deck for a while and looking at different combos, Dragon's Mind, that's not searchable. That doesn't help. I mean, we could play 3 of it, and then if we go first, we can activate it, but that don't do anything. It's not something we can reliably get to. We just gotta hope we have it. Unless I'm forgetting something. Is there something in here where it's like you can add a trap that mentions 2500 attack? Because it's like, yeah, we could be like, yeah, if you open with these 2 and Dragon's Mind, then you're pretty good. But the same could be said of opening these 2 and Imperm. Or these 2 and Solemn Judgment. Like, we could just play generic stuff. Okay. Alright, so after messing around with the deck a little bit and experimenting with some combos, I can see why this deck is not that popular, not that successful. It does kind of have like 1-card combos. Well, actually everything's kind of a 2-card combo because your main starter requires you to have another card in hand. But it's not that hard because almost every monster in your deck has 2500, and even the ones that don't... damn it, okay. Heart of the cards. Alright, so after messing around with the deck for a while and experimenting with trying to get different combos, I can see why this deck doesn't see a lot of success. It doesn't really have any 1-card combos. The closest it has is like you can do a combo with Archfiend and any 2500. And I mean, to be fair, your deck is mostly 2500s, and you've got cards like Regenesis that can search Archfiend if you need it, or search anything else if you don't. But you will always need 2 cards. If you ever find yourself top decking, you're kind of screwed. And even when you can get that combo off, it's really just like 1 disruption. This feels like a mid-range style of deck, which doesn't see much play these days. Something where what you want to do is set up like 1 or 2 disruptions so that you can stop your opponent from building like everything from absolutely OTKing you, and then just win off the fact that during the end of their turn, you'll get all your resources back, and then you can do it again. Which is kind of hard to show in like a replay. But I will show, for example, what you can do if you start with like an Archfiend But I will show what you can do, for example, if you start with like a Regenesis Archfiend or Regenesis. And Regenesis, I should say. Oh, it's getting late. It's like the unfortunate thing, right? It's like where you need this and then like any of these will be fine, but you don't want to play any of these at more than 1 because they're all kind of bricks. And this thing I would say is absolutely not worth playing after testing around with it. But I think what we want to do from this perspective is get Regenesis Lord, because it's the only thing that actually gets you something. We add this to hand, and then you're going to use the Regenesis Archfiend. You can reveal the Lord, special summon it. Then once you special summoned it, you can grab yourself a thing. And what you really want to do is get as many of these spell traps into the graveyard as possible, because that gives you more follow-up. All of these have great follow-up potential. The problem, of course, is that, like, if you activate this and they have Droll, you then can't search anything else. If they activated this and you had Ash and you had no other good cards in your hand, then you're kind of screwed. This loses to all the same stuff that a lot of other decks lose to, but it loses to them harder. But assuming they don't have Ash or Droll, you activate Regenesis Code, you special summon yourself a Sage. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is use Regenesis Lord, tribute the Archfiend, special summon this, which does have a really cool animation. And then when it's summoned, you can set a trap. And you do always want to go for Regenesis Birth because this is the only one that you can use multiple times, and it really helps you set up for next turn. So this is only 2 disruptions from 2 cards. And if your opponent has 3 cards, you ain't gonna be great. Activate this. Can we use the effect? Target 1 face-up monster your opponent controls. No, I can't use it, I don't think. Graveyard and or banishment, but send them to the graveyard. Gotcha. Yeah, so if they just set a card, you're actually kind of in a worse position. Fortunately, because you summoned this off of code, it'll be sent to the graveyard regardless of what happens, and then it comes back. And usually what you want to do, if your opponent actually summons a monster, is you want to use this and you'll send Regenesis Archfiend to the graveyard, and then you'll be able to recur that during their turn. Or during the end, at the end of their turn. And then you'll have an Archfiend and the Sage in hand. Fortunately, even if that doesn't happen, you have code in the graveyard. You can banish this and then just special summon this back, the Archfiend. And then when Archfiend is summoned, you can grab yourself a dude. Or anything, really. I mean, we probably just want to get another copy of Regenesis, right? Just to get more copies of it into the graveyard. Unfortunately, we're locked out of special summoning out of the extra, so these aren't super useful. But this is a really good example of, like, once you get going, at this point, the only card we've drawn is Lava Golem. And yet, we're starting this turn with twice as many monsters on the field as we have last time. And we can just go ahead, I don't think we'd want to, but we could, like, tribute this if you're worried about a flip monster. This is just Do Dark of the Ice Barrier, yeah. You hit for 25, you hit for 25. And then if you still have this on the field, you can attack for 5,000. One of the problems, of course, is that if they activated something and you actually use the Sage Negate, you would have tributed this off. And there's not an easy way to get it back. But presumably you would also have other cards in hand. Top decking the Lava Golem could be useful. So it really is one of those cards that's hard to tell while doing these tests if it's any good. You kind of have to play it in a real-ass situation. So let's do that. One of the few fortunate things about MD Pro, the simulator that I'm using, is that they have a full power Ryziel deck that you can test against, which possibly gives you one of the simplest, like, they're not going to combo forever, but they will give you a good idea of, like, this is what a meta deck would look like in the modern day. If you go second, they will build a robust board that you will have trouble getting through. And if you go first, they'll have a bunch of hand traps to try and stop you. I will go ahead before they get a chance to do some stuff, and I will take this out of the graveyard, summon Magnamut. That'll get me a 2,500 on the field while searching me for another dragon. And that can include, I think, Regenesis Dragon, which is a dragon. Of course, now they've got Cross, so they've got the, like, non-targeting negate. Yeah, I've got this, which doesn't do a whole lot. They're going for Dugaris the Timeless. Which effect are they activating? Do they get to say? No, I guess not. Yeah, they drew 2 and discarded 1. Okay. Eclipse Twins. I forget what this one is again. Okay. Do that. Whoops. Didn't mean to click that. Yep, that's fine. They send that, and then I think... Let's see, this has an effect when it's sent to the graveyard. Oh, this is a fire, though. Yeah, I think I want to wait for them to activate it first, right? They activate the Eclipse Twin, and then I can Druis Worm and take that out. I think that stops the effect, but I guess we'll see. We just going in defense again. No, it does not resolve. I mean, they only get 1 card instead of 2. Starliege Photon Burst, which says I can't target any of their shit. Plug in, bringing a guy back. Adding another material. They get another card. Detonator. Detonator. So they got the 3 material detonator, they've got the cross, they've got the nothing can be targeted, I'm lowered by my attack, and I have all this. During the end phase, yeah, I will just add the Regenesis Dragon. And that's probably the best top deck I could hope for, baby! Yeah. Let's just get rid of you and you. Hello, Lava Golem. You're pretty neat, huh? Let's try Bestial Lubellion. They will Ryzial Cross. Okay, that's fine. Then we can use this, send off the Druis Worm, summon this and attack. That'll trigger the Druis Worm, so I can send this off. Then we'll activate the Lubellion. They will Veiler. I think I want to save this, as neat as it would be, for in case they've got an Ash or something. Let's go ahead and move this to attack mode. Fortunately, I have this, which I searched. And I can go ahead and just get rid of the cross. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. Then we're going to use Regenesis, which I just realized was a mistake because I should have kept that thing in hand. I don't have anything with 25/25, do I? No. Damn, that was foolish of me. Yep, let's get this. Add to hand. Oh, and I don't have any way to get over them. Outed by my own Lava Golem. Okay, special summon. Set some cards. Yeah, I was so excited, but mistakes were made. But, you know, at least they take 1,000. That'll stop them, right? You can summon this. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stop that. No mirror logic for you. And is this... No, I have to send another Regenesis, so I can't even do that. Fortunately, they hit that and they don't have any other extenders. So this comes back to my hand. Lava Golem can be placed in defense. Yeah, but if I did, I wouldn't have anything. Fortunately, this is in the graveyard. You can banish it, target a Regenesis, special summon it. Yeah, that still won't help me, though. Okay, so what we're going to do this finally. Get branded regained. Now we do this. Special summon you. Oh, this doesn't target if a light or dark. I thought this was if any card was banished. Oh, mistakes were made. So many mistakes were made. Yeah, I guess we keep this in hand in case we get to Archfiend. But, I mean, hopefully you can see how, like, the sum of its parts, what can I say? If you get the right cards, if you do stuff, you're good. I'll move this to defense. And I could put one card I didn't even consider. I was like, oh, we probably want to play rank 8s and rank 7s. If we've got all these 8s, normal summon Ash Blossom, make Psychic End Punisher might be pretty good at this juncture. Or hell, if you have a 7, then you have the ability to make Bar on the floor. And yeah, you can see how especially in a grind game, if you get them down on materials, it's just like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Destroy my guys? They just keep coming back. Oh hey, it's the Regenesis card everyone thought was useless. Or 2 cards if you control Regenesis Lord. Okay. Let's go ahead and special summon this. Let's go ahead and special summon this. Then we use Regenesis Cycle. Banish the Lava Golem. And you know what? Just in case. I don't know what this is, but I don't want you to use it. It's called by. No, my Regenesis Dragon! How will I ever get it back? So yeah, there you go. You know, it's not completely terrible. Although, you know, we only have the one Lava Golem. Granted, we do also have ways to search the Lava Golem if we have the Genesis. And we could have had a better game if I had not messed up a little bit. But I can definitely see how they could be, you know, I think you can get into Platinum with this. Maybe even Diamond. Master, not so sure. But, you know, I've been surprised before. Pardon me. So yeah, having played this deck... So yeah, after having... Oh, I need to sort it. So yeah, after having played this deck, I would probably say take out this thing, take out... Even though it did save us this time... Oop. Okay, go back. Alright, so even having spent just a little bit of time testing it against the AI, I would say, yeah, take out Overlord. Even though it saved us, take out the Regenesis cycle. You probably don't want this. And honestly, this package wasn't as good as I thought it was. I thought I could recycle the spell traps. That's what I get for trying to go off of memory. But, you know, that leaves you open to try another package. And that's honestly what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about. That's what it means to, like, test a deck, to refine a deck. I think part of the reason I made this show is there's a lot of people who seem to think that you make the deck the first time and that's the best version of the deck. And it really is a process of trial and error. You test it out, you find out what works and what doesn't, and you iterate from that until you get something that works a lot better. And I'm sure there is a much better version of this deck, but that'll be up for you, the viewers, to decide. Or you could just look it up on YouTube. I'm sure there's like a million lists on YouTube that'll tell you some really good ratios. People have already done the testing, and why not take advantage of that knowledge? Anyway, I've been here long enough, but hopefully you learned a thing or two. Hopefully you had a good time. Special thanks again to Cat Monarch for requesting this episode. And until next time, good luck and have fun. I made it into Diamond 3 with Regenesis, but never Master. Sage on the lava golem burn effect would have been funny. What deck was the most surprising getting into Master? I don't think I've ever been surprised since Master Duel came out with the performance of a deck. And yeah, I'm really sorry to everyone who came out for Outer Wilds. I fully intended to do Outer Wilds. But then, one, this took longer than I thought. Then we got the raid from Danny, where we ended up chatting to his chat for a while and looking up music stuff. Then we got into a tangent about Mr. Beast. And just in general, we spent more time playing the Triangle event than I thought. And so we're already almost an hour later than I normally do, and I do have some more editing to get done. So unfortunately for tonight, I'm going to have to call it. But tomorrow, for sure, we'll get back to Outer Wilds. We will finish this up eventually. I need Master Duel. There's so many decks I want to test. I mean, I can give you the Discord. I mean, you can find the Discord pretty easily. I'm pretty sure this is open. Like, if you just typed in, like, Master MD Pro onto, what was it? Onto YouTube. I mean, that's how I found it. The thing is, right, I remember there were a bunch of people in the comments when me and MBT were doing the Genesis Apocalypse series, and they were like, how do I get this? And I was like, it's called MD Pro. You already heard us. Just Google search MD Pro. Like, I don't know why. It's weird to me that there's so many resources, both YouTube and Google, where you can search and find information, and people are like, I'll ask a comment and hope that the person who did the channel responds to it, because so few people do. You need a second Steam account? What, to use MD Pro? No. But yeah, sorry, small tangent, but like, yeah, you can just search it up. So I was like, just search it up, and they're like, I did search it up, and all I got was a link to some random Discord. And I'm like, yeah, that's where it's at. And they're like, but they just sent me to a Dropbox link where I had to download an exe and Windows didn't know what it is. And I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. It's one of the things I told all the people when we were doing Fill in the Jank. I'm like, okay, so the one big thing here is you do have to go to a shady Discord and download a program that is made by a bunch of like Chinese people. And like, I've virus scanned it. It seems to be fine. A lot of other people are using it. It's been around for a while. But I can't guarantee your safety. Sometimes you just have to do that. And at least one of the people I wanted to be in is like, yeah, you know what? I am not up for that. I know people will answer those questions in the reply, but the person won't listen to them unless you reply. It's weird because, like, I feel like the vast amount of YouTubers don't reply to their comments. Or they reply to, like, one. I reply to a lot of them. If you get a heart on your comment chat on my YouTube channel, know that that means I have read your comment and I like what you had to say, at least part of it. There are some people who just go through and they just like everything without even looking. I do not like something unless I've read it. And I agree somewhat. Consider like a heart from Hardleg as being like a thumbs up. Like, I concur, I'm not alone. Notice me, senpai. You have been noticed. And I do also reply to a whole bunch of comments. But yeah, so you've got to go to this shady Discord, and unlike, you have to go to a Discord to get, what's it called, MD Pro or EDO Pro. But you know what the EDO Pro Discord is called? It's called Project Ignis-EDO Pro. The whole thing is set up like they've got a banner, they've got a logo. You know what the MD Pro Discord is called? Requiem. And it has a picture of an anime girl on it. Also, while it has some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, it also has a lot of other boards. It has a whole section about Disgaea, which I believe is a JRPG. And so, like, I can absolutely, you know, there's a lot of people who go there like, is this the right place? Like, yes it is. Also, one of the things I always tell people, if you download MD Pro, they don't have an automatic updater. Which means the first time you download it, you are downloading the 1.0 version. And what version are we on now? Let me get this back open here real quick. And I was like, where the fuck am I? 1.4.1. So in order to get this game to launch, you don't just have to download it, because you only get the 1.0 version. And there's not a patch that's just like, oh, here's the latest patch. Download 1.4 and it'll give you all the previous patches. You need to download 1.0, the standard, then 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4. Fortunately, like the 1.3 includes all the like final points there. But in this case, if you want to catch up to me, you've also got to download the 1.41, and you have to install them in the order that they came out. If you try to start with 4, it'll mess up the install, and you'll have to delete everything and start over again. Also, if you want to play online, they have a list of host IPs that you can use. I don't know why the port is 233, but they've got a board on their Discord that explains like what to put in. You can also use some of these servers, but I don't trust them. And then in order to, like, what was it? This is no ban list with the timer set to 0 and best of 1. That's what the string of characters is. There's like a little like code, and they have like you put in different letters to have it act in different ways. If you want a best of 3, if you want a different ban list, if you want the timer set up differently, you've got to type in different things. That's what I tell a lot of people, like, oh, I gotta get that. I'm like, if you want to, you can. Just be warned, this is not a program where they're like, yeah, we made this so people can hopefully use it and join our Patreon. They're like, no, we use this to test. We'll allow you to use it if you want to, but you gotta follow the steps. We're not gonna make it easy for you. It seems very complicated. It is. And honestly, the only reason I figured it out is because MBT helped me figure it out, and the only reason he knew stuff was because he had recorded things with Simo, and Simo had figured it out, and Simo had a friend that walked him through it. So you almost kind of have to know a guy who can help teach you. Like, I made it seem like the Discord is, like, very mean to newcomers, but they do have a board, like, if you ask questions, they'll tell you the answers. But it is something where, like, you will have to go on, like, the Discord and ask for help. If you want a Yu-Gi-Oh! Simulator that is easy to install, that is easy to play, that works much faster and has an updater, I would recommend YGO Omega. It doesn't look as good, but it keeps getting updates. It's from like the Omega Discord. Everything runs fine. I've never had problems with it crashing. And what's the YGO Omega Discord called? Is it called Omega? Yeah, no, it's called Duelist United. But the first, like, 5 things are like, download Omega, FAQ about Omega, Omega help, card text errors, bug reports, beginner chat, deck improvements, coding. It's all like Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's about Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega. And there's also EDO Pro. EDO Pro, frankly, at this point, looks like ass, but it's the most stable online version. Let me see if I can get EDO Pro to run. I couldn't get it to work on Linux for some reason. Yeah, I mean, anything with Linux is going to be a little tricky. Yeah, let's go ahead. Woo, woo, woo. That's like, there you go. You got yourself Ghostrix. Sky Bandits. And now it crashed. Well, so much for that being the most stable one. Granted, I don't know how long it's been I've uploaded it. Or down, whatever. I thought there was a way to do testing in this. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Okay. Yeah, so you could do test hand. Oh, I gotta move myself over. But yeah, this is what EDO Pro looks like. And I mean, you could tell what's going on. But compared to Master Duel, it's just like... It's just like dirt sample. Voop. Voop. If there's a browser-based autosim, there is... what was it? There's one I can never remember. I think it's Dueling Nexus. I think that's a browser-based autosim, but I never trusted that one. Yeah, so that's EDO Pro. EDO Pro is like the most basic-ass one, but also it can run on a toaster. Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega has a bit more stuff to it. The cards are fancier. You got like a 3D background. I had it test without shuffling and 2 cards. This one's a little bit more confusing though. Why no MD Pro? People were talking about it, and I was just like, here's the options that you could use to play the game. Yeah, something about the animations on this just always looked weird to me. It does look like they slowed it down a little bit. But like, it feels like nothing has weight, if that makes any sense. Like when stuff comes down on Master Duel, it's always like woo chunk, and then the screen shakes. And this is just like flash. Boom. Shine. Boom. It goes there. Behold, it's there now. And then there's Dueling Book. And Dueling Book is a manual simulator. You don't get the automatic stuff, but it's the easiest one. Anyway, I was like, I gotta get going. I got work to do. And then I sat here and rambled for a while. Let's go find someone to raid, shall we?